Welcome to Dry Books, where we explore one author at a time in full. In this episode, Jane Austen will look at the circumstances of her life, the world she lived in, and every work, major and minor, along with the context that shaped them and the list of select adaptations in film and other media. If you enjoy this format, like the video, subscribe, or leave a comment, and take a look at the description below for ways to help the channel grow. Your support helps expand this project to cover much larger bibliographies like Dickens or Chekhov. Now, let's begin with the life of Jane Austen. Jane Austen was born in 1775, the same year the American War of Independence began. Britain was still a rural country, ruled by the landed gentry and the Church of England. It was a society of rigid class distinctions and limited social mobility. The political world was dominated by King George III, who would later suffer bouts of mental illness, leading to what became known as the Regency era, when his son, the future George IV, ruled as Prince Regent between 1811 and 1820. The Regency period was marked by sharp contrasts, elegance and refinement among the upper classes, poverty and instability for much of the population. It was also a time of war. Britain was at near constant conflict with revolutionary and Napoleonic France between 1793 and 1815. Battles such as Trafalgar and Waterloo shaped the imagination of the time, and two of Austen's brothers served as naval officers during this period. Industrial change was beginning, though the world Austen wrote about was still largely pre-industrial. Her novels barely mention factories or cities. They are set among rectories, parsonages, and country houses, within walking distance of one another, the world she knew best. Jane Austen was born on 16 December 1775 in the rectory of Sanditon, Hampshire. Her father, the Reverend George Austen, was the rector of Steventon and Dean, and her mother, Cassandra Leigh Austen, came from a clerical and academic family. They married in 1764 and had 8 children, 6 sons and 2 daughters: James, George, Edward, Henry, Francis, Charles, Cassandra, and Jane. The Austens were not wealthy, but they were educated and well-connected. The rectory was large, with a small farm attached. Reverend Austen supplemented his income by taking in pupils, and the family lived modestly but comfortably. Jane was especially close to her sister Cassandra, 3 years older, who remained her lifelong companion. The bond between the two sisters shaped Jane's letters, which were written almost entirely to Cassandra, and offer the clearest picture of her personality. The winter of her birth was severe. Roads were blocked with snow, and the parsonage was cut off from the nearest town. Her father recorded the event with simple humor, calling her a present plaything for her sister Cassie and a future companion. In line with her mother's method of child-rearing, the baby was likely placed with a village nurse after a few months, a common practice in the 18th century, though one that separated infants from their mothers for long stretches of time. Jane's education began at home, where she learned reading, writing, and arithmetic from her father and brothers. She also read widely in her father's library, which contained around 500 books, a significant collection for a country rector. In 1783, the 2 Austen sisters were sent to Oxford to be tutored by Mrs. Cawley, and later to Southampton, where they contracted typhus. Jane nearly died. After recovering, she attended another small boarding school in Reading, but most of her education came from home. The Austens were a lively, bookish family. Evenings were often spent reading aloud, staging amateur plays, and composing stories for one another. Jane began writing her own pieces by age 11. These early works, later called her juvenilia, were parodies of sentimental novels and moral tales fashionable at the time. They show sharp humor and an early grasp of dialogue and irony. Steventon was typical of rural Hampshire. The family's social circle included local clergy, landowners, and neighbors such as the Lefroys and the Digweeds. Balls and visits to nearby families were regular diversions. By her late teens, Jane had become part of this social world. In 1795, she formed a youthful attachment to Tom Lefroy, the nephew of a nearby clergyman. They danced together at several balls, and Jane later joked in a letter, "At length the day is come on which I am to flirt my last with Tom Lefroy." The flirtation ended when Lefroy was sent away. He later married another woman. These experiences would feed her fiction. The patterns of country life, visits, dances, letters, and expectations of marriage became the backbone of her novels. At 20, Jane began serious novel writing. Between 1796 and 1797, she wrote First Impressions, which would later become Pride and Prejudice. Her father submitted it to a London publisher who rejected it unread. Undeterred, she revised an earlier work, Eleanor and Marianne, turning it into Sense and Sensibility. Around 1798, she completed Susan, a parody of Gothic novels that later became Northanger Abbey. By 1800, Austen had 3 manuscripts in different stages, all unpublished. That same year, Reverend Austen unexpectedly announced his retirement and the family's move to Bath, a fashionable spa city. Jane, who loved the quiet of Steventon, was dismayed. Bath between 1801 and 1806 was elegant but transient, full of lodgings, concerts, and marriage prospects. Jane's letters from this time are full of observation but little joy. She seems to have written little fiction during these years. In 1802, she received a marriage proposal from Harris Bigwither, a wealthy family friend. She accepted him for one night, then withdrew her consent the next morning, a decision that left her unmarried, but true to her own independence. In 1803, she sold the manuscript of Susan to a publisher for £10, but it was never printed. 2 years later, her father died suddenly, leaving the Austen women, Mrs. Austen, to Sandra and Jane, in financial uncertainty. They moved between relatives and friends for several years, living in Bath, Clifton, and finally Southampton, where they stayed with Jane's brother Francis, then a naval officer. During these wandering years, Britain was locked in war with Napoleon. The conflict affected every aspect of life, trade, prices, and the economy. Jane's brothers Francis and Charles served in the Royal Navy, both eventually reaching admiral rank. Their experiences informed novels like Mansfield Park and Persuasion, where naval officers are portrayed with respect and realism. The Regency itself began in 1811, when George III was declared unfit to rule and his son became Prince Regent. It was a period of lavish manners, duels, and high fashion, but also of social reform debates, enclosure of farmland, and growing awareness of industrial change. Austen's novels captured the manners of the genteel middle class, the small landowners and clergy whose fortunes depended on inheritance and marriage. Her stories show how social rules constrained women's choices, yet also how intelligence and integrity could triumph within those limits. In 1809, Jane's brother Edward Knight offered his mother and sisters a cottage on his estate in Chawton, Hampshire. It became their permanent home and the place where she produced all her major work. The rhythm of life at Chawton was quiet. Jane revised earlier manuscripts in the mornings, walked with Cassandra in the afternoons, and corresponded with her brothers in the evenings. In 1811, she published Sense and Sensibility by a Lady. It was modestly successful and earned her about £140. 2 years later came Pride and Prejudice, which she called My Own Darling Child. It brought her greater attention and favorable reviews. Mansfield Park followed in 1814, exploring issues of morality, family obligation, and colonial wealth. In 1815, she completed Emma, a novel about a wealthy young woman who imagines she can manage everyone's love life but her own. A few months before its publication, she was invited to Carlton House, the London residence of the Prince Regent, whose librarian informed her that His Royal Highness admired her novels. Though she disliked the prince's reputation, she dutifully dedicated Emma to him. By 1816, Jane's health began to deteriorate. Despite fatigue and pain, she started a new novel, The Elliots, later titled Persuasion. She finished it in August 1816, writing its final chapters in a room overlooking the garden at Chawton. Her illness, now thought to be Addison's disease or possibly Hodgkin's lymphoma, worsened through early 1817. Still, she began another novel, Sanditon, which she left unfinished after 12 chapters. In May 1817, Cassandra took her to Winchester, hoping for better medical care. She died on 18 July 1817 at the age of 41 and was buried in Winchester Cathedral. Her gravestone makes no mention of her being an author, only of her faith, benevolence, and humility. After her death, her brother Henry arranged for the publication of Northanger Abbey and Persuasion in 1818. He also wrote a short biographical notice identifying her as the author of all 6 novels, the first time her name appeared in print. Her fame grew slowly. During her lifetime, she earned less than £700 from her writing. For decades afterward, her novels circulated quietly among readers, appreciated for their wit and realism. By the mid-19th century, writers such as George Henry Lewes and Lord Macaulay recognized her as one of England's finest novelists. In 1870, her nephew James Edward Austen Lee published a memoir of Jane Austen, which revived public interest and introduced new generations to Aunt Jane. The 20th century brought wide readership, film adaptations, and academic study. Today, her novels remain central to English literature, admired for their balance of irony, structure, and social observation. Austen's novels center on a narrow world, the rural gentry, but within that frame she explored universal human behavior, pride, self-deception, affection, and moral growth. Her characters speak in measured tones, yet their emotions run deep. Sense and Sensibility contrasts reason and passion. Pride and Prejudice shows the dangers of first impressions. Emma studies self-knowledge. Persuasion presents maturity and second chances. She avoided overt political comment. In her letters, world events appear only briefly. Writing during the Napoleonic Wars, she noted the victories of the fleet mainly because they affected her brothers' careers. As she once wrote, she was the most unlearned and uninformed female who ever dared to be an authoress. Austen grew up in an intellectually lively household. The Austen family read widely. Shakespeare, Milton, Pope, Gray, Goldsmith, Cowper, and Crabbe filled their shelves. Amateur theatricals exposed Jane to the comic timing of playwrights such as Sheridan and Cowley, whose dialogue and irony echo in her own novels. As a teenager, Austen began writing her juvenilia, lively parodies of the books then in vogue. These early works mocked sentimental fiction, conduct books, and melodrama with exaggerated fainting fits, self-important heroines, and overwrought morality. Her merciless skits were a kind of apprenticeship, training her in the mechanics of plot and character through parody. Love and Friendship, for example, ridicules the cult of sensibility, a fashionable movement equating emotional excess with virtue. The humor is broad, but the young writer's critical instinct is already visible. She understood literary conventions well enough to dismantle them. From this foundation, Austen absorbed the legacy of the 18th century novelists, especially Samuel Richardson and Henry Fielding. The Austen family read aloud from these writers in the evenings, fostering an intimate familiarity with their styles. Richardson's Sir Charles Grandison was a household favorite. Jane knew it so well that she dramatized parts of it for family performance. His focus on moral psychology and interior life, communicated through letters, profoundly shaped her sense of character. In Pride and Prejudice, Darcy's explanatory letter to Elizabeth is a clear homage to Richardson's narrative device, used not sentimentally but analytically. At the same time, Austen was wary of his saintly heroines. Her early satires send up their endless tears and virtue, showing that she admired Richardson's depth but distrusted his sentimentality. From Fielding, she borrowed something else, the omniscient, ironic narrator who comments wryly on events. Fielding's Tom Jones gave her a model of comedy built on moral observation rather than moral preaching, a structure she would perfect in her own novels. If Richardson and Fielding offered formal models, Austen's female predecessor supplied emotional and social context. She read Frances Burney, whose Evelina and Cecilia followed young heroines through the pitfalls of polite society. Austen admired Burney's mixture of humor and courtship narrative, so much so that she borrowed the phrase Pride and Prejudice directly from Cecilia. Yet she also refined what she found excessive. Burney's gallant heroes, like the flawless Lord Orville, struck Austen as implausible. Her own male leads are more self-aware and flawed. Maria Edgeworth, another major influence, specialized in moral tales like Belinda. Austen valued her insight into female judgment and ethical independence, but rejected Edgeworth's habit of moral lecturing. In Northanger Abbey, she quietly mocks writers who apologize for writing novels at all, a veiled jab at Edgeworth's prefaces, defending fiction as morally suspect. Austen instead asserted the novel's legitimacy as an art form equal to poetry or history. Through these contemporaries, Austen learned how the novel of manners could depict moral growth without sermonizing. Her heroines are not paragons, but students of experience, learning, like Edgeworth's Belinda, to trust their own perceptions of truth. The closing decades of the 18th century teemed with literary fashions that Austen both absorbed and subverted. Two of the most important were sentimentalism and Gothic fiction. The sentimental novel, dominant in her youth, celebrated refined emotion as a sign of moral worth. Works like Richardson's Clarissa and Mackenzie's The Man of Feeling were filled with tears and virtue. Austen's response came in the title, Sense and Sensibility, which deliberately opposes rational restraint to emotional indulgence. Through Mary Ann and Eleanor Dashwood, she transforms the sentimental heroine. Feeling is still valued, but governed by judgment. Austen's humor replaces the tears of earlier novels with quiet irony. Her critique is not cold but corrective, a call for sincerity over theatricality. Equally pervasive was the Gothic craze of the 1790s. Walpole's Castle of Otranto and Anne Radcliffe's Mysteries of Udolpho thrilled readers with castles, tyrants, and fainting maidens. Austen enjoyed these stories herself. Family letters mention evenings spent reading one of the horrid mysteries. Yet she also saw their absurdity. Northanger Abbey turns the genre inside out. Catherine Morland's imagination, inflamed by Gothic reading, transforms a normal abbey into a fantasy of secret passages and villainy. The joke exposes how fiction can distort reception while still acknowledging its charm. By parodying the Gothic, Austen defined her own territory. Realism. She kept the emotional suspense of Gothic fiction but replaced its haunted corridors with drawing rooms and country walks, proving that the drama of ordinary life could be just as absorbing. Austen's influences extended beyond fiction. She admired Dr. Samuel Johnson, whose essays combined moral seriousness with balanced wit. Traces of Johnson's style appear in her measured irony and moral vocabulary. His belief that virtue lies in common sense and moderation aligns closely with her own narrative philosophy. Among poets, Austen's favorite was William Cowper, whose reflective verse on nature and domestic life embodied a quiet moral sensibility. Her characters often quote him. Mary Ann Dashwood and Fanny Price both turned to Cowper's poetry for guidance, sometimes too earnestly. Through such moments, Austen signals both respect for and distance from romantic enthusiasm. By her later years, she was reading Wordsworth, Scott, Byron, and Burns, aware of the new romantic wave. In Persuasion, characters discuss these poets directly. Captain Benwick praises Byron's melancholy, while Anne Elliot gently warns him against indulgence in grief. The scene encapsulates Austen's relation to romanticism, engaged but skeptical. She accepted the value of emotion yet rejected its excess. Austen loved works that mocked literary fashions, seeing in them a mirror of her own approach. She admired Charlotte Lennox's The Female Quixote, where a young woman's obsession with romances distorts her view of reality, a clear precursor to Catherine Morland. She also praised the comic anthology, rejected addresses, and enjoyed the parody novel, The Heroine, which burlesque Gothic cliches. Even near the end of her life, she joked about writing a spoof of the moralistic Self-Control by Mary Brunton, calling it without anything of nature or probability in it. These playful reactions show that Austen saw herself as part of an ongoing conversation among writers, using humor to refine the art of fiction. Austen wrote at a turning point between Enlightenment rationalism and Romantic individualism. The Romantic movement, marked by the 1798 publication of lyrical ballads, emphasized emotion, imagination, and the sublime in nature. While poets like Wordsworth and Byron exalted passion, Austen remained grounded in the ordinary. As critics later observed, she copied from nature as she really exists in the common walks of life. Her landscapes are domestic gardens, parsonages, assemblies, yet within these confines she achieves psychological depth equal to any romantic introspection. Still, traces of romantic sensibility entered her later work. Persuasion is more inward and elegiac than her earlier novels, steeped in autumnal mood and the memory of lost love. But even here, emotion is disciplined. Anne Elliot's quiet perseverance contrasts with the performative despair of Captain Benwick, a lover of Byron's verse. Austen thus bridges the two centuries. She adopts romantic sincerity without abandoning Enlightenment restraint. Austen's era also witnessed the rise of the novel as a central cultural form. By the early 1800s, circulating libraries made books accessible to the middle class, and women both read and wrote in unprecedented numbers. Burney, Edgeworth, Charlotte Smith, Anne Radcliffe, and Hannah More were bestsellers, their success paving the way for Austen. She shared their themes, courtship, morality, and women's limited choices, but distinguished herself by tone. While many of her contemporaries moralized, Austen's irony invited readers to think rather than to be instructed. Initially, her own novels were published anonymously and met with modest success compared to the sensational Gothic bestsellers, yet they drew admiration from discerning readers, most notably Sir Walter Scott. In his 1815 review of Emma, Scott contrasted Austen's realism with the wild variety of incident in popular romances, praising her for depicting ordinary life with exquisite touch. He confessed envy of her ability to make the commonplace fascinating, a quality he called the most wonderful I ever met with. Austen's quiet art, he recognized, was as revolutionary in its precision as the grand gestures of romantic poetry. Austen, for her part, followed Scott's work closely. When Waverley appeared in 1814, she guessed its anonymous author and jokingly complained that Scott had no business to write novels, especially good ones. Beneath the humor lies professional awareness. The literary scene was shifting toward historical and romantic adventure. Yet Austen stayed faithful to her domain, the moral and emotional dynamics of ordinary people. Her realism, understated but exact, would shape the future of English fiction far more enduringly than any Gothic melodrama or Byronic fantasy. Across her career, Austen engaged every major current of her time: sentimentalism, Gothic fiction, Romanticism, and transformed them through her own sense of proportion. From Richardson, she learned psychological detail. From Fielding, comic structure. From Burney, social observation. From Edgeworth, moral reflection. From Radcliffe, suspense. And from Johnson, moral irony. Yet in combining these, she created something distinct, a narrative voice that observes human folly without cruelty, and emotion without sentimentality. In her final years, the literary world was moving on. The Brontes and Dickens would soon explore passion, poverty, and society on a grander scale. But the groundwork for their realism lay in Austen's precision. She proved that the everyday lives of unremarkable people in unremarkable situations could sustain the full weight of art. Her novels, written in an age of literary experiment, distilled the lessons of a century's worth of styles into a form that balanced wit, feeling, and truth. By engaging and transforming every genre around her, sentimental, Gothic, romantic, Austen not only mirrored her age but quietly redirected English literature toward its modern character. Next, Love and Friendship, and other early works. Jane Austen's earliest writings, often called her juvenilia, were written between 1787 and 1793, when she was just 11 to 17 years old. These include short, energetic pieces like Love and Friendship, The Misspelling is Intentional, and The History of England. She compiled them into 3 handwritten notebooks to entertain her family. Austen never tried to get these youthful works published while she was alive. They remained as handwritten manuscripts that were only shared among her family until long after she died. A part of the collection was first printed in 1871, but all of it wasn't available to the public until the 20th century, with a major volume published in 1922. This means that audiences in the early 19th century didn't know about Austen's teenage satires. Readers first got a look at these works when her nephew, James Edward Austen Leigh, included some of them in his 1869-1871 memoir, giving them a glimpse of the author's volume II, entitled Love and Friendship and Other Early Works. Today, scholars see these early writings as a fascinating look into Austen's development and creativity, even though Victorian critics at first dismissed them as trifling. Despite being written when she was young, Austen's early works show a lively sense of parody and playfulness that makes them different from her later, more polished novels. Written mostly to entertain her family, they happily make fun of the popular dramatic and emotional novels of the late 18th century. For example, in Love and Friendship, Austen satirizes the trend of being overly emotional. Characters faint, cry, and run off to get married in a ridiculous way, making fun of the over-the-top cliches in the Gothic and sentimental fiction of her time. These early works are full of wild events and playful humor. Austen uses puns, exaggerates, and even writes in a nonsense style that is similar to Lewis Carroll's later work. Critics have noted that these pieces, though satirical, have an impish and formally daring spirit, not held back by the moral realism of Austen's later novels. Modern readers and academics now value these early works for both their lively humor and for what they show about Austen's early influences, from sprawling Gothic romances to sentimental novels, all seen through a smart teenager's disrespectful point of view. Next is the brief summary of the book, but if you'd rather read or listen to it yourself, you'll find links for this and all other books in the description below, in both audiobook and print form. Using those links helps sustain the channel at no extra cost to you. First story is Love and Friendship. This story is told through a series of letters from a 55-year-old woman named Laura to Marianne, the young daughter of her friend Isabel. At Isabel's request, Laura agrees to write down the story of the misfortunes and adventures of her life as a lesson for Marianne. Laura begins by describing her extraordinary background. Her father was an Irishman who lived in Wales, and her mother was the illegitimate daughter of a Scottish nobleman and an Italian opera singer. Laura herself was born in Spain and educated in a convent in France before returning to her family's home in the Vale of Uske in Wales at age 18. She describes her younger self as incredibly beautiful, but states that the graces of my person were the least of my perfections. She claims to have mastered every possible accomplishment, quickly surpassing all of her teachers. She declares that her mind was a rendezvous of every good quality and of every noble sentiment. Her only fault, she says, was in extreme sensibility, a tendency to be overly affected by the misfortunes of herself and others. However, she notes that time has changed her. While her own troubles still affect her deeply, she no longer feels for anyone else. Laura's life changes one December evening when a violent knocking is heard at their cottage door. After a lengthy and comical discussion in which the family concludes that someone is, in fact, knocking, they learn that a young gentleman has lost his way and seeks shelter. The man is introduced, and Laura feels instantly that her future life must depend on him. The young man's name is Edward Lindsay, though Laura refers to him as Talbot in her letters. He is the son of an English baronet and has a sister of the middle size, meaning average physical stature. He explains that he fled his home because his mean and mercenary father insisted he marry a Lady Dorothea. Edward refused, declaring, "No, never shall it be said that I oblige my father." He then mounted his horse and set off for his aunt's house in Middlesex, but somehow got lost and ended up in South Wales. After finding their cottage, he immediately professes his love for Laura and asks when he will be rewarded with her hand in marriage. Laura replies, "This instant, dear and amiable Edward," and they are immediately married by her father, who, despite having never been officially ordained, had been bred to the church. The newlyweds travel to Middlesex to stay with Edward's Aunt Philippa, who welcomes them warmly despite never having heard of Laura before. Edward's sister, Augusta, is also there and is described as being exactly as her brother said, of the middle size. However, Augusta's reception of Laura is cold and reserved. Laura overhears a conversation in which Augusta expresses concern about how the couple will support themselves. But Edward scoffs at the need for victuals and drink, insisting that an exalted mind can exist on love alone. Soon after, Sir Edward the father arrives, intending to reprimand his son. Before he can speak, Edward heroically confronts him, stating, "It is my greatest boast that I have incurred the displeasure of my father." He then grabs Laura, and they escape in Sir Edward's own carriage. Edward and Laura take refuge at the home of Edward's best friend, Augustus, and his wife, Sophia. Upon meeting, Laura and Sophia immediately swear vows of mutual friendship for the rest of our lives and share their deepest secrets. The reunion between Edward and Augustus is so emotionally overwhelming that Laura and Sophia faint alternately on a sofa. The two couples live together in perfect happiness, spending their time in mutual protestations of friendship and in vows of unalterable love. They avoid all other society. Like Laura and Edward, Augustus and Sophia had also married against their parents' wishes. Their life is financed by a considerable sum of money which Augustus had gracefully purloined from his unworthy father's escritoire, or writing desk. When this money runs out, Augustus is arrested for debt. The entire group is overcome by this perfidious treachery and can do nothing but sigh and faint on the sofa. Edward goes to London to comfort Augustus in prison, while Laura and Sophia decide to flee their home before the authorities seize it. When Edward fails to return, they faint once more, and then Laura arranges for a carriage to take them to London. They drive toward Newgate Prison, but Sophia declares she cannot bear the sight of her husband's confinement, as her feelings are sufficiently shocked by the recital of his distress. They decide to travel to Scotland instead, where Sophia has a relative. At an inn near their destination, Laura sees an elderly nobleman and, through an instinctive sympathy, recognizes him as her grandfather. She throws herself at his feet, and he acknowledges her as his grandchild. He then recognizes Sophia as another granddaughter. At that moment, two young men, Philander and Gustavus, enter and are also identified as his grandsons. The grandfather, Lord St. Clair, declares his happiness at finding so many descendants, gives each of them a 50-pound banknote, and then immediately leaves. While Laura and Sophia are unconscious in a faint, Philander and Gustavus disappear with all 4 banknotes. Sophia's cousin, MacDonald, arrives and takes the women to his home, MacDonald Hall. There, they meet his 15-year-old daughter, Janetta, who is engaged to a man named Graham. Laura and Sophia decide that Graham is an unsuitable match because he has no soul and, most importantly, was her father's choice. They convince Janetta that she is actually in love with a Captain McHenry and help the two elope to Gretna Green, a Scottish village famous for quick, convenient marriages. The elopement is discovered after MacDonald walks in on Sophia stealing money from his desk drawer, an act she and Laura considered proper treatment of so vile a wretch. Enraged by his accusations, Sophia reveals Janetta's elopement to spite him. MacDonald promptly throws both women out of his house. Laura and Sophia sit by a stream, where Sophia is overcome with grief. Any topic of conversation The trees, the sky reminds her of her imprisoned husband Augustus and wounds her delicate sensibility. Their tragic meditation is interrupted by the lucky overturning of a gentleman's phaeton, a type of light, four-wheeled carriage. The two men thrown from the vehicle are none other than Edward and Augustus. Upon this discovery, Sophia shrieks and faints while Laura screams and instantly runs mad. They remain in this state for an hour and a quarter, with Sophia fainting repeatedly and Laura running mad just as often. Finally, a groan from Edward brings them back to their senses. Kneeling beside him, Laura begs him to tell her what happened. Edward looks at her and says, "Laura, I fear I have been overturned." He then takes a deep sigh and expires. Sophia faints again, while Laura's grief manifests in a frantic, incoherent rant about violins and legs of mutton. They find shelter in a nearby cottage home to a widow and her daughter Bridget, who was described as very plain and thus an object of contempt. The next morning, Sophia falls ill, having caught a cold from her continued faintings in the open air as the dew was falling. Her illness turns into a galloping consumption, a term for rapidly progressing tuberculosis, and she soon dies. In her final moments, she offers Laura some advice. Beware of fainting fits. A frenzy fit is not 1/4 so pernicious. Run mad as often as you choose, but do not faint. Laura leaves the cottage and boards a stagecoach heading to Edinburgh. As daylight breaks, she discovers the coach is filled with all her former acquaintances. Sir Edward, Augusta, her friend Isabel, and Lady Dorothea are inside. On the coach box are Philippa and her husband, who is now driving the coach for a living. In the basket at the rear are her cousins, Philander and Gustavus. Laura recounts her entire tragic story. Philander and Gustavus then tell theirs. After running away from home with their mother's life savings, they became strolling players, with one of them playing the three witches in Macbeth and the other playing all the remaining parts. They were the actors who had encountered Laura and Sophia at the inn and tricked their grandfather out of the money. Upon arriving in Edinburgh, Sir Edward grants Laura an annual income of £400. Laura retires to a romantic village in the Highlands of Scotland where she can indulge in a melancholy solitude. The story concludes with updates on the other characters. Augusta marries Graham, Sir Edward marries Lady Dorothea, and Philander and Gustavus become successful actors in London. Next, Leslie Castle. This unfinished story is also told through letters, primarily between Margaret Leslie, who lives at Leslie Castle in Scotland, and her friend Charlotte Lutterell in Sussex. Margaret writes that her brother Leslie has just departed on his travels, heartbroken after his wife Louisa left him for another man. Margaret and her sister Matilda remain at their ancient, moldering castle with their young niece. Their father, the 57-year-old Sir George, lives a dissipated life in London, acting like a flighty stripling. Margaret describes herself and Matilda as handsome, witty, and lively, though they live in seclusion. Charlotte replies with her own troubles. Her sister Eloise's wedding was abruptly cancelled because the groom, Hervey, died after being thrown from his horse. Charlotte's primary complaint is about the wasted food she had prepared for the wedding feast. She describes her frustration after having roasted beef, broiled mutton, and stewed soup enough to last the new married couple through the honeymoon. I had the mortification of finding that I had been roasting, broiling, and stewing both the meat and myself to no purpose. While Eloisa collapses from grief, Charlotte's main concern is how to get rid of the provisions, deciding the best plan is to begin eating them immediately. Eloisa has since fallen into a deep melancholy, and the family is taking her to Bristol to recover. Charlotte informs Margaret of a rumor that Sir George is getting married again, which is soon confirmed by a friend. Margaret and Matilda are horrified, immediately reflecting on the probable diminution of our fortunes and the loss of their mother's jewels, and Matilda's position at the head of the dinner table. Charlotte, who is friends with the new Lady Leslie, describes her as pretty and lively, but also extravagant and superficial. The new Lady Leslie herself writes to Charlotte, complaining bitterly about Leslie Castle, calling it a dismal, old, weather-beaten place. She is also unimpressed with her new stepdaughters, describing them as two great, tall, out-of-the-way, overgrown girls. She recounts an argument with her brother, William Fitzgerald, in which she criticizes Matilda's appearance, only to realize he is falling in love with her. Sir George and Lady Leslie arrive at the castle and invite the sisters to join them in London, an invitation they accept. In London, Margaret attends a party where she becomes instantly infatuated with a Mr. Cleveland. Meanwhile, news arrives from Italy that Margaret's brother, Leslie, has had his first marriage annulled by the Pope and has married a wealthy Neapolitan lady. His first wife, Louisa, has conveniently done the same. They are now good friends and have invited Margaret and Matilda for a visit. The story ends here, with these plot lines left unresolved. Next, the history of England. This work is a satirical account of the reigns of English monarchs from Henry IV to Charles I. It is written, according to its title page, by a partial, prejudiced, and ignorant historian. The author states that her goal is not to provide information but to vent my spleen against historical figures she dislikes and show her hatred to all those people whose parties or principles do not suit with mine. The history is defined by its strong biases. The narrator is a fierce supporter of the House of York and the Stuart dynasty. She defends Richard III as a very respectable man and suggests the accusations against him are false. Her greatest admiration is reserved for Mary, Queen of Scots, whom she calls one of the first characters in the world. She declares that Mary was entirely innocent of all crimes she was accused of, blaming any missteps on imprudencies into which she was betrayed by the openness of her heart, her youth, and her education. Conversely, she despises Queen Elizabeth, referring to her as a disgrace to humanity, the destroyer of all comfort, and the murderess of her cousin. She claims Elizabeth had bad ministers who encouraged her in her crimes. The style is comically brief and dismissive, with very few dates. Speaking of Henry V, the author writes, "Lord Cobham was burnt alive, but I forget what for." She frequently refers the reader to Shakespeare's plays for more detail. The author concludes by saying her main reasons for writing were to prove the innocence of Mary, Queen of Scots, and to abuse Elizabeth, though she fears she may have fallen short on the latter task. Her ultimate defense of King Charles I is simply that he was a Stuart. This section contains a series of short, unconnected, satirical pieces. Letter the First, from a mother to her friend. A mother proudly details the elaborate, week-long introduction into life. She has planned for her two teenage daughters, which consists of a carefully managed sequence of tea parties, dinners, and visits. Before their first outing, she gives them a speech warning them against being meanly swayed by the follies and vices of others. Letter the Second, from a young lady crossed in love to her friend. A young woman named Sophia laments her heartbreak over a man named Willoughby, wondering why this breakup hurts more than her previous ones with Neville, Fitzowen, or either of the Crawfords. She meets a woman named Miss Jane, who recounts her unbelievably tragic life story involving a secret marriage, the death of her husband in battle, and the subsequent death of her 3 secret children and her father. Sophia is delighted by the tale, remarking, "When one is unhappy, nothing is so delightful as to hear of equal misery." Letter the Third, from a young lady in distressed circumstances to her friend. Maria Williams writes about the constant public humiliation she endures from the wealthy and arrogant Lady Greville, who relentlessly mocks her for her family's poverty. Lady Greville insults her new gown, questions her grandfather's profession in a crowded room, and summons her to her coach door in the cold wind, only to deliver a backhanded dinner invitation. Letter the Fourth, from a young lady, rather impertinent to her friend. The narrator describes her brazen and intrusive attempt to uncover the life story of a new acquaintance, Miss Grenville, by asking a series of pointed and personal questions about her family and past misfortunes. Letter the Fifth, from a young lady very much in love to her friend. Henrietta Halton shares an over-the-top love letter from her suitor, T. Musgrove, in which he calls her an angelic Miss Henrietta, and expresses his fervent hope for the death of your villainous uncle and his abandoned wife so that she will inherit her fortune and be free to marry him. Henrietta shares her equally gushing reply and recounts how their romance was encouraged by Musgrove's cousin, Lady Scudamore. Scraps. This final section includes several very short pieces. The Female Philosopher, a letter in which the writer praises the beauty and character of two sisters, the sensible Julia and the witty Charlotte, before launching into a harsh and unprompted critique of their mutual friend, Louisa. The first act of a comedy, an absurd, nonsensical scene from a play featuring characters named Popgun and Pistoletta and a chorus of plowboys who sing songs about going to London and eating partridge. A letter from a young lady, whose feelings being too strong for her judgment, a woman named Anna Parker calmly confesses to a shocking list of crimes, including murdering her father and mother, and announces she is now going to murder my sister. She explains that she is also going to reform by marrying a colonel whom she recently helped to secure an inheritance of £8 million by forging a will and perjuring herself in court. A tour through Wales, a brief letter from a young woman describing a tour where her mother rode a pony at a gallop for the entire journey, while she and her sister ran alongside, attempting to make drawings of the scenery as they went. A tale. A man named Wilhelminus rents a cottage advertised as being furnished, except 2 rooms and a closet, only to find that the house consists of only those 3 empty spaces. Austen's earliest writings have rarely been adapted, but they have inspired some stage productions. These shows tend to be niche performances for hardcore Austen fans, dramatizing her short, satirical pieces. A few other related pieces are a 2006 movie, Love and Friendship, but the film is actually an adaptation of Austen's novella Lady Susan. It just borrows the title from one of her teenage stories. And Whit Stillman's novels. Stillman wrote a companion novel, Love and Friendship, using Austen's spelling, which melds Austen's Lady Susan with characters from her juvenilia. Before we continue, if you prefer to read or listen to this, consider joining Dry Books on Patreon. There you'll find PDF and audio versions of each episode. It's the best way to support the channel's growth and improvement. The link is in the description below. Now, to the next book. Jane Austen probably wrote Lady Susan around 1794 to 1795 when she was not yet 20, though she later made a clean copy of it around 1805. This short novel, told through letters, is unique because it is the only complete manuscript of a novel by Austen that still exists in her own handwriting. Interestingly, Austen never published Lady Susan during her life, maybe because of its unusual topic, and the public didn't know about it for decades after she died. It was first published in 1871, when Austen's nephew included it in the second edition of his memoir of Jane Austen. At that time, Victorian readers met a very different kind of Austen heroine, Lady Susan Vernon, a beautiful widow in her 30s who was manipulative, flirty, and cleverly plotting. Such a main character, basically an anti-heroine, didn't fit the quiet, proper image of Austen that her family's memoir had created. Early critics, influenced by the memoir, were not sure what to think of Lady Susan's money-focused, immoral main character, and the novella didn't get much attention in the 1870s. In the 20th and 21st centuries, however, Lady Susan has been re-evaluated as a very clever piece that bridges her early writing and her mature fiction. Modern readers and scholars admire its sharp wit and bold social commentary, and it was even adapted into a 2016 film titled Love and Friendship, which shows its growing popularity. As a story, Lady Susan is notable for Austen's choice to focus on a woman who is selfish and intelligent, and not sorry about it, as she deals with the plots and secrets of high society. Through a series of letters between characters, Austen lets us see both Lady Susan's charming public image and her private manipulations, which creates dramatic irony and sharp satire. Themes of deception, social reputation, and women's independence push the story forward. Unlike Austen's later heroines, Lady Susan is not a model of goodness, but more of a femme fatale figure, closer in spirit to the cunning schemers of Restoration comedy or the French letter-based novel Dangerous Liaisons. Austen's influences here likely include the 18th century tradition of novels told through letters, and the sharp social observations of writers like Samuel Johnson and Frances Burney. The novella's tone is playful and often harsh, showing the hypocrisy of polite society through Lady Susan's honest letters. Modern critics note that the satire in Lady Susan is sharper and more cynical than in Austen's published novels, suggesting it was a youthful experiment in portraying monstrous characters with startling hostility. Yet the work also shows Austen's talent for irony and dialogue, skills she would improve in her later masterpieces. Today, Lady Susan is valued as a bridge between Austen's wild early writings and the controlled irony of her mature novels. It offers a look at the darker, more rule-breaking humor that Austen, with the limits of publishing and proper behavior, rarely allowed herself to show elsewhere. Now to the story itself. The story begins with Lady Susan Vernon, a beautiful, charming, and recently widowed woman in her mid-30s. As the narrative unfolds through a series of letters, it becomes clear that Lady Susan is also a masterful manipulator, entirely self-serving, and exceptionally skilled at presenting a false image of herself to the world. The story opens as Lady Susan concludes a 3-month stay at Langford, the home of the Mainwaring family. Her visit has not been a quiet one. In letters to her close friend and confidant, Mrs. Alicia Johnson, she reveals the true state of affairs. She has been carrying on an affair with the married Mr. Mainwaring, causing his wife to become insupportably jealous and his sister Maria to be highly incensed. Lady Susan had also toyed with the affections of a wealthy but foolish young baronet, Sir James Martin, initially to draw his attention away from Maria Mainwaring. She then attempted to arrange a marriage between Sir James and her own 16-year-old daughter, Frederica. However, Frederica vehemently refused the match, temporarily derailing her mother's plans. With the atmosphere at Langford having become hostile, Lady Susan decides it is time to leave. Her next destination is Churchill, the country estate of her late husband's younger brother, Charles Vernon, and his wife, Catherine. She has never met Catherine, but she writes a gracious letter inviting herself for an extended visit, framing her desire to come as a wish for quiet retirement after the social exhaustion of Langford. Before traveling to Churchill, she deposits her daughter Frederica at a boarding school in London, viewing her as a burden and an obstacle. The news of Lady Susan's impending arrival is not welcome to Catherine Vernon. Mrs. Vernon writes to her mother, Lady de Courcy, expressing her deep mistrust. She is well aware of Lady Susan's reputation for duplicity and her past attempts to prevent Charles from marrying her. Charles, being kind-hearted and easily swayed, has accepted Lady Susan's performance of grief and good intentions, but his wife remains unconvinced. Mrs. Vernon's younger brother, Reginald de Courcy, is intrigued. Having heard stories of Lady Susan's manipulative exploits, he considers her the most accomplished coquette in England. He eagerly accepts an invitation to visit Churchill, looking forward to witnessing and detecting her captivating deceit. Upon her arrival, Lady Susan immediately puts her considerable charms to work. Mrs. Vernon, against her will, is struck by her beauty, noting that she appears much younger than her actual age and possesses a winningly mild voice and manner. Lady Susan's behavior is flawless. She is gentle, attentive, and expresses deep, tender affection for her absent daughter. Mrs. Vernon finds herself almost persuaded, but her knowledge of Lady Susan's past neglect of Frederica prevents her from fully trusting the performance. Reginald, who arrived prepared to treat Lady Susan with contemptuous familiarity, is completely disarmed. Lady Susan adopts a cool, dignified reserve that piques his interest and challenges his preconceptions. She engages him in serious, intelligent conversation, carefully avoiding any hint of flirtation. As she explains to Mrs. Johnson, Her goal is to subdue him entirely by sentiment and serious conversation. She finds exquisite pleasure in subduing an insolent spirit, in making a person predetermined to dislike acknowledge one's superiority. Her strategy is overwhelmingly successful. Within a fortnight, Reginald's contempt has transformed into fascination and then into deep admiration. He begins to defend Lady Susan to his sister, arguing that any past errors were the result of a poor education and an unhappy early marriage. Mrs. Vernon watches in alarm as her sensible brother falls completely under the spell of a woman he once despised. She writes to their mother, urging her to find a reason to call Reginald home, but his fascination with Lady Susan proves too strong. The carefully controlled environment at Churchill is disrupted by a crisis involving Frederica. Lady Susan receives a letter from the headmistress of the London school informing her that Frederica has been caught attempting to run away. It is revealed that this desperate act was prompted by a letter from Lady Susan insisting on her marriage to Sir James Martin. Because the school refuses to keep her, Frederica must be brought to Churchill. Lady Susan feigns deep maternal distress over her daughter's perverse behavior, winning further sympathy from the captivated Reginald, who is now thoroughly incensed on Lady Susan's behalf against the worthless girl. When Frederica arrives, she is a picture of timid, unhappy submission. She is pretty, with a gentle and sweet expression, but she is terrified of her mother. Lady Susan treats her with pronounced and public severity, claiming it is a painful necessity to correct her daughter's difficult temper. Mrs. Vernon, however, sees the dynamic for what it is, the cruelty of a mother who has no real affection for her child. Mrs. Vernon takes her unhappy niece under her wing. In private conversations, away from her mother's intimidating presence, Frederica proves to be a gentle, intelligent, and affectionate girl who loves to read. Mrs. Vernon also observes Frederica's quiet and growing admiration for Reginald de Courcy. Her eyes follow him, and her expression softens whenever he speaks. Mrs. Vernon begins to hope that this innocent, artless affection might be the key to breaking Lady Susan's hold over him. The situation escalates dramatically with the unexpected arrival of Sir James Martin himself. He is a foolish, talkative young man who laughs too much and repeats himself constantly. He has come to press his suit with Frederica, with Lady Susan's full encouragement. Frederica is visibly terrified, while Reginald observes the scene with silent, confused displeasure. Unable to bear the situation and forbidden by her mother from speaking to her aunt or uncle, Frederica takes a bold and desperate step. She writes a secret letter to Reginald, begging him to intervene and save her from the marriage. This letter ignites a crisis. Reginald, deeply moved by her plea, confronts Lady Susan. He accuses her of cruelty and demands that she end Sir James's courtship of her daughter. The two have a furious argument, and Reginald, finally seeing what he believes to be her true, unkind nature, declares his intention to leave Churchill at once and never see her again. For a brief, hopeful moment, Mrs. Vernon believes her brother is saved. Her hope is short-lived. Lady Susan, a brilliant strategist, quickly regroups. Realizing she has pushed Reginald too far and risks having her character destroyed by his angry departure, she requests a final meeting. In this conversation, she performs her masterpiece of manipulation. She appears not angry, but composed, dignified, and sorrowful. She tells Reginald that he has completely misunderstood her. She claims she was never truly set on the marriage to Sir James, but was merely testing Frederica's character. With feigned reluctance, she confesses the real reason for her actions. She has been aware of Frederica's secret, inappropriate romantic feelings for Reginald himself. She suggests that this infatuation is what truly lies behind Frederica's objections to Sir James. By framing it this way, she recasts herself as a concerned mother, trying to manage a difficult situation, and recasts Frederica as a lovesick, disobedient girl. To complete her victory, she agrees to dismiss Sir James immediately, an act of seeming generosity that proves her maternal love and her respect for Reginald's wishes. The effect is instantaneous. Reginald is completely humbled, and won over. He begs her forgiveness for his foolish impetuosity, now more devoted to her than ever. He is convinced that Lady Susan is a deeply misunderstood and noble woman, and that he has gravely misjudged her. Sir James is sent away, but Lady Susan has won the war. Reginald is once again hers, and she has successfully alienated him from her daughter. Having secured Reginald's devotion, Lady Susan announces her intention to move to London for several months. She leaves Frederica in the care of the Vernons at Churchill, a decision that delights them. Reginald makes plans to follow Lady Susan to town shortly thereafter, where they intend to marry. However, Lady Susan's letters to Mrs. Johnson reveal her true plans. She is eager to get to London to resume her affair with Mr. Mainwaring, who is now in the city. She views Reginald as a less passionate, less exciting man, and while his family fortune makes him a sensible match, she is in no hurry to finalize the marriage. Her immediate goal is to keep her two lovers separate and unaware of each other. Her complicated scheme unravels due to a stroke of bad luck. Reginald arrives in London and goes to Mrs. Johnson's house, intending to spend the evening there as arranged by Lady Susan. He arrives at the exact moment that Mrs. Mainwaring is also at the house. Distraught and in pursuit of her husband, Mrs. Mainwaring has come to appeal to Mr. Johnson, her former guardian, for help. Before Mrs. Johnson can intervene, Mrs. Mainwaring and Reginald are brought together in Mr. Johnson's study. There, in a state of extreme distress, Mrs. Mainwaring tells Reginald the entire, unvarnished truth about Lady Susan. She reveals the long-standing affair, providing details and proof that cannot be denied, including the fact that Mr. Mainwaring has been visiting Lady Susan every day since her arrival in London. The revelation is absolute and devastating. For Reginald, the spell is removed. He writes a short final letter to Lady Susan, telling her he now sees her as she truly is. He has received an indisputable history of her conduct from Mrs. Mainwaring herself. He declares an immediate and eternal separation. Lady Susan attempts one last time to manipulate him, feigning confusion and demanding an explanation. But Reginald's reply is cold and filled with the bitterness of a man who knows he has been a fool. He lays out the accusations and tells her he now abhors the tricks that subdued him and despises himself for his weakness. Seeing that he is truly lost to her, Lady Susan drops all pretense. Her final note to him is brief, cold, and sarcastic, congratulating him on his act of filial obedience. To her friend Mrs. Johnson, she expresses no regret, only contempt for Reginald and annoyance at the inconvenient turn of events. With her plan to marry Reginald ruined, Lady Susan wastes no time. She immediately reclaims her daughter from Churchill, with the stated intention of forcing her to marry Sir James Martin after all. However, this appears to be another strategic maneuver. 3 weeks later, the story concludes with the surprising news that Lady Susan herself has married the wealthy Sir James. Frederica is allowed to return to live permanently with her kind aunt and uncle at Churchill. The narrator concludes that Reginald de Courcy, humbled and wiser, will eventually recover from his infatuation. After a suitable period of time, it is strongly implied that he and the gentle Frederica, for whom he has developed a quiet respect and affection, will find happiness together in marriage. As for Lady Susan, now Lady Martin, her fate is uncertain. She has achieved the financial security she always craved, but whether she can be happy with her foolish husband and her own conscience is a question left for the reader to ponder. Adaptations. By far the most famous version of Lady Susan is the 2016 film Love and Friendship. It's the first feature-length adaptation of the novella. Directed by Whit Stillman, it stars Kate Beckinsale, Chloe Sevigny, and Stephen Fry. Lady Susan has also been adapted for the stage in smaller, rarer productions. Before the film, BBC Radio 4 also aired a radio dramatization back in 2009. Let's move on to the next book. Sense and Sensibility, published in 1811, was Jane Austen's first published novel, though it started much earlier. Austen first wrote a version of it around 1795 with the title Eleanor and Marianne, which was likely a novel told through letters. She reworked this manuscript in 1797, changing it into the third-person story we know today. Finally, after a 10-year break, Austen heavily revised the novel again in 1809-1810, after her family had moved to Chawton and got it ready for publication. With her brother Henry acting as her agent, Jane Austen found a publisher, Thomas Egerton, and decided to publish Sense and Sensibility anonymously as by a lady, which was common for female authors at the time. She even took the financial risk of paying for the novel's printing and advertising herself in exchange for keeping any profits. When Sense and Sensibility was released in late October 1811, Austen was in her mid-30s and was finally a published author. The risk paid off. People at the time liked the novel, and the first edition sold out in about 2 years. Austen earned £140 from that first printing. A small amount, but an encouraging success. A second edition was published in 1813, showing that the novel had found an appreciative audience. The reception of Sense and Sensibility at the time was generally positive. Early reviews in 1812 praised the work's realistic characters and believable storyline, noting that the Dashwood sisters and their love interests felt true to life. The critical review, for example, complimented the novel's naturally drawn characters and its highly pleasing and interesting events, while also praising the story's helpful moral lesson. Indeed, readers of that time valued novels that mixed entertainment with moral lessons, and people appreciated Austen's balanced approach as excellent in that way. In the decades since its release, Sense and Sensibility has remained a popular part of Austen's collection of works. Modern critics and readers admire it for introducing her sharp insight into human nature and society. The novel's themes focus on the contrast between sense, logic, restraint, and practical thinking, represented by the older sister Eleanor, and sensibility, emotion, impulsiveness, and romantic ideals shown by the younger sister Marianne. Austen was influenced by the late 18th century debate about the good and bad sides of sentimentalism, and in this story, she gently makes fun of the trend of uncontrolled emotions. Through the sisters' struggles with love and loss, Austen shows why it's necessary to have a balance between reason and feeling. The novel also sharply shows the economic pressures on women in her society. For example, the Dashwood women's unstable financial situation and the money-driven nature of marriage. An ironic depiction of the economic motivations at work in the Regency marriage market that modern readers find remarkably relevant. Overall, Sense and Sensibility establish Austen's voice, witty, observant of society, and compassionate, criticizing foolishness, while in the end supporting sense over sensibility. Let's look at how the story unfolds. The Dashwood family has long been established in Sussex, residing at their large estate, Northanger Park. The recent owner, an elderly single man, invited his nephew, Mr. Henry Dashwood, and his family to live with him after his own sister passed away. Mr. Henry Dashwood has one son, John, from a previous marriage, and 3 daughters with his current wife, Eleanor, Marianne, and Margaret. John is already well off due to his mother's fortune and his own marriage. The daughters' financial futures, however, depend heavily on what their father will inherit. When the old gentleman dies, his will brings both pleasure and disappointment. He leaves the Norland estate to Henry Dashwood, but with a major restriction. The estate is secured for John Dashwood and his young son, leaving Henry with no power to sell any part of it to provide for his wife and daughters. The old man's affections had been won over by his grand-nephew, a noisy and cunning toddler outweighing years of care from his niece and her daughters. As a token of affection, he leaves the 3 girls £1,000 each. Mr. Henry Dashwood survives his uncle by only a year, leaving his widow and daughters with a total of £10,000. On his deathbed, he makes his son John promise to look after the interests of his stepmother and half-sisters. John, though not a man of strong feelings, agrees. Initially, warmed by the prospect of an additional £4,000 a year, he plans to give his sisters £3,000 to make them comfortable. However, his selfish and narrow-minded wife Fanny quickly dissuades him. In a conversation detailed in the book, she convinces him that giving away such a large sum would be robbing their own son. Through a series of logical reductions, John's generous intention is whittled down. The £3,000 becomes £1,500. Then, Fanny suggests an annuity of £100 a year for their mother instead. She quickly objects to this as well, arguing that annuities are a terrible burden. They finally settle on giving occasional presents of £50 and eventually conclude that even this is unnecessary. Fanny argues that with an income of $500 a year between them, the four women will be excessively comfortable and will have no need for more money. John ultimately resolves to do nothing more for them than offer neighborly kindnesses, such as helping them move and sending gifts of fish and game. Soon after the funeral, Mrs. John Dashwood arrives at Norland and installs herself as its mistress, treating her mother-in-law and sisters-in-law as mere visitors. Mrs. Dashwood, a woman with a keen sense of honor, is disgusted by this indelicate behavior and would have left immediately if not for the advice of her eldest daughter, Eleanor. The three sisters are very different. 19-year-old Eleanor possesses a strength of understanding and coolness of judgment that allows her to govern her strong feelings. Marianne, who is sensible and clever, is also eager in everything. Her joys and sorrows know no moderation. She values and cherishes this intense emotionalism, which the book refers to as sensibility. The youngest, Margaret, is good-humored but has adopted much of Marianne's romanticism without her sense. Mrs. Dashwood and her daughters remain at Norland as guests for several months. During this time, a growing attachment forms between Eleanor and Edward Ferrars, the quiet, shy, and amiable brother of Mrs. John Dashwood. Edward is not handsome or particularly graceful, but he has a good heart and a solid education. He has no interest in the ambitious plans his mother and sister have for him, preferring a quiet, domestic life. Mrs. Dashwood, seeing his affection for Eleanor, begins to expect their marriage, believing that a difference in fortune should never keep a loving couple apart. Marianne, however, feels Edward is too spiritless for her sister, complaining that he lacks the fire she expects in a lover and has no real taste for music or art. Eleanor defends Edward, insisting that he has an innate propriety and simplicity of taste. She admits to Marianne that she thinks very highly of him and believes the regard is mutual, but she is not certain of his intentions and cautions her sister against assuming they are engaged. Eleanor worries about his dependence on his mother, who she suspects would oppose a marriage to a woman without great fortune or rank. Her doubts are reinforced by Edward's occasional lack of spirits and a dejection of mind that seems to go beyond simple uncertainty. The situation comes to a head when Fanny Dashwood, observing Edward's affection for Eleanor, confronts her mother-in-law. She speaks pointedly of her brother's great expectations and the danger of any young woman trying to draw him in. Enraged, Mrs. Dashwood resolves to leave Norland at once to protect Eleanor from such insults. That very day she receives a timely letter from a cousin, Sir John Middleton, offering her a small cottage on his estate in Devonshire on very easy terms. The distance from Norland, once an objection, now becomes its main recommendation, and Mrs. Dashwood immediately accepts the offer. The family moves to Barton Cottage in Devonshire, a small but comfortable house that is a stark contrast to Norland. They are welcomed warmly by their landlord, Sir John Middleton, a good-humored and friendly man of about 40 who loves company and sport. His wife, Lady Middleton, is elegant and well-bred but reserved and cold. Her main enjoyment in life comes from her 4 noisy children. They are also introduced to Lady Middleton's mother, Mrs. Jennings, a merry, talkative, and rather vulgar widow who delights in matchmaking and gossip. The final member of their new circle is Colonel Brandon, a friend of Sir John's. He is a silent and grave man, over 35, whom Marianne considers an absolute old bachelor. However, his countenance is sensible, and his manners are gentlemanlike. Mrs. Jennings quickly decides that Colonel Brandon is in love with Marianne, based on his attentive listening when she sings. One rainy morning, Marianne and Margaret go for a walk on the downs behind the cottage. Caught in a sudden downpour, they run down the steep hill toward home. Marianne slips and twists her ankle. A gentleman passing by with a gun immediately rushes to her aid, and without formality, lifts her in his arms and carries her into the cottage. He introduces himself as Mr. Willoughby, a resident of nearby Allenham, before departing in the rain. Marianne is instantly captivated. His handsome person and the romantic nature of their meeting are exactly what her imagination had always pictured for a hero. Willoughby returns the next day to inquire after her, and a rapid intimacy develops. They discover a shared passion for dancing, music, and the same authors. He possesses all the spirit and sensibility that Marianne found lacking in Edward, reading poetry with passion and sharing all her enthusiasms. He visits the cottage every day, and his society becomes Marianne's most exquisite enjoyment. Their mutual affection is so open and unreserved that everyone, including Mrs. Dashwood and Eleanor, believes them to be secretly engaged. Eleanor, though fond of Willoughby, feels he and Marianne are too open in their attachment, showing a lack of self-command and propriety. Her concerns are heightened when Marianne reveals that Willoughby has offered her a horse, a gift she considers highly improper for her sister to accept from a man so recently known to her. Marianne is eventually persuaded to decline the gift, but Eleanor overhears Willoughby telling her that the horse is still hers, and she can claim it when she forms her own establishment in a more lasting home. This, along with Margaret's report of seeing Willoughby cut off a lock of Marianne's hair, confirms for Eleanor that they are engaged. Colonel Brandon's affection for Marianne becomes more obvious to Eleanor as Willoughby's star rises. The colonel is slighted by the young couple, who consider him old and dough. One day, the entire party plans an excursion to a fine estate called Whitwell. The trip is abruptly canceled when Colonel Brandon receives a letter that visibly upsets him and requires his immediate departure for London on urgent business. Willoughby whispers to Marianne that he believes the colonel invented the story to get out of the party, a suspicion she readily shares. That afternoon, Willoughby takes Marianne in his carriage to see Allenham Court, the estate he is to inherit from his elderly relative, Mrs. Smith. Their visit to the house, unchaperoned and while the owner is at home, is another breach of propriety that worries Eleanor. The next morning, Willoughby's visit to the cottage ends in disaster. He appears agitated and tells them that Mrs. Smith is sending him to London on business and that he will not be returning to Devonshire for some time. He refuses Mrs. Dashwood's warm invitation to visit them at Barton Cottage, giving a confused and evasive reply before hastily departing. Marianne, distraught, runs from the room in tears. In the weeks following Willoughby's departure, Marianne sinks into a deep depression. She spends her days indulging her grief, playing the songs they shared, reading the books they read together, and taking solitary walks. To her family's concern, no letter from Willoughby arrives, nor does she seem to expect one. Mrs. Dashwood, determined to believe the best, theorizes that Mrs. Smith has discovered their attachment, disapproves of it, and has sent Willoughby away to separate them. In early January, Mrs. Jennings invites Eleanor and Marianne to accompany her to London for a few months. Eleanor is reluctant, disliking Mrs. Jennings's society and having personal reasons to avoid the city. Marianne, however, is desperate to go, convinced she will find Willoughby there. Her eagerness is so great that she overlooks her usual disgust for Mrs. Jennings's vulgar manners. Mrs. Dashwood, believing the change of scene will be good for them, insists they accept. Upon arriving in London, Marianne immediately writes a short, eager note and sends it to the post, which Eleanor assumes is for Willoughby. That evening, her anxious listening for his arrival is interrupted by a knock at the door, but the visitor is Colonel Brandon, not Willoughby. The shock is so great for Marianne that she immediately flees the room. The next day, she waits impatiently at home, but he neither comes nor writes. Her disappointment continues for a week, though her hopes are briefly revived by the thought that the fine weather might be keeping him hunting in the country. Eventually, his calling card is left while they are out. This restores Marianne's agitated spirits, and she waits with breathless expectation for his visit. That evening, they attend a party at Lady Middleton's. There, Eleanor sees Willoughby in earnest conversation with a fashionable young lady. He bows to them coolly, but makes no attempt to approach. When Marianne sees him, she starts up and calls his name, holding out her hand. He approaches reluctantly, speaks to them in a hurried and formal manner, and ignores her outstretched hand until she exclaims, "Will you not shake hands with me?" He then turns away and rejoins his friend. Marianne, looking dreadfully white, sinks into her chair, and they are forced to leave the party early. The next morning, Marianne writes a desperate note demanding an explanation from Willoughby. His reply arrives soon after. It is a cold, cruel letter in which he acknowledges no past affection, denies any engagement, and informs her that his affections have been long engaged elsewhere. He returns her letters and the lock of her hair. The shock and grief overwhelm Marianne, and she confesses to Eleanor that there was never a formal engagement between them. His love was always implied but never explicitly declared. Mrs. Jennings soon arrives with news that confirms the contents of the letter. Willoughby is to marry a young woman named Miss Grey, who has a fortune of £50,000. Marianne falls into a state of deep and inconsolable misery, refusing all comfort and indulging her sorrow without restraint. Around this time, Eleanor is subjected to a painful revelation of her own. Lucy Steele, a young relation of Mrs. Jennings who is visiting Barton Park, confides in Eleanor that she has been secretly engaged to Edward Ferrars for 4 years. She explains that the engagement was formed when Edward was a pupil under her uncle, Mr. Pratt. As proof, she shows Eleanor a miniature portrait of Edward and a letter in his handwriting. Eleanor is shocked and confounded, realizing that Edward's attachment to her had been formed while he was bound to another. She now understands the source of his melancholy and inconsistent behavior. Bound by her promise to keep Lucy's secret, Eleanor is forced to conceal her own heartbreak, maintaining a calm composure that leads Marianne to reproach her for being cold-hearted and incapable of feeling deeply. The discovery of Edward's engagement is made public in a dramatic fashion. Lucy's simple-minded sister, Nancy, lets the secret slip to Fanny Dashwood. Fanny flies into violent hysterics, and when Edward is summoned, he refuses to give up his engagement to Lucy, despite his mother's threats to disinherit him. Mrs. Ferrars, true to her word, dismisses Edward from her favor and settles the estate that would have been his on his younger brother Robert. Eleanor is pained by Edward's situation, as she knows he is sacrificing his fortune for a woman he no longer loves. Colonel Brandon, upon hearing of Edward's predicament, generously offers him the modest living of Delaford Rectory, which will provide him with enough income to be ordained and, eventually, to marry Lucy. In early April, Eleanor and Marianne leave London to spend some time with the Palmers at their estate, Cleveland, which lies in Somersetshire, not far from Willoughby's estate of Combe Magna. Marianne, still deeply depressed, indulges her sorrow by taking long, solitary walks in the damp grounds, despite Eleanor's warnings. As a result, she contracts a violent cold, which quickly develops into a severe fever with a putrid tendency. Her illness becomes so dangerous that Eleanor, fearing for her life, sends Colonel Brandon to fetch her mother from Barton. While Eleanor is keeping a solitary watch over her delirious sister late one night, a carriage arrives unexpectedly. Expecting her mother and Colonel Brandon, she rushes downstairs and is horrified to find Willoughby standing in the drawing room. He has heard from Sir John Middleton that Marianne is dying and has traveled all day in a state of agony to see her and explain himself. In a long, impassioned confession, he tells Eleanor the whole story. His initial flirtation with Marianne was careless and selfish, but he soon fell genuinely in love with her. Just as he had resolved to propose, his elderly benefactress, Mrs. Smith, discovered his past misdeeds, namely his seduction and abandonment of Colonel Brandon's young ward, Eliza Williams. Mrs. Smith gave him an ultimatum: marry Eliza or be disinherited. He refused to marry Eliza and was cast off. Faced with the loss of his inheritance and the dread of poverty, he chose to abandon Marianne and marry the wealthy Miss Grey, for whom he felt nothing. He reveals that the cruel letter he sent to Marianne was actually dictated by his jealous fiancée, now his wife. He has been miserable ever since, and the news of Marianne's illness tormented him with guilt. Eleanor pities him, but sees that his misfortunes are the result of his own extravagance and weakness of character. Marianne slowly recovers from her illness. When Eleanor relays Willoughby's story to her, she is finally able to see his character clearly and finds peace in the knowledge that he was not always deceiving her. She acknowledges her own folly and the imprudence of her romantic ideals, resolving to govern her feelings and live for her family. A few weeks after their return to Barton, they receive astonishing news: Mr. Ferrars is married. Believing the servant is referring to Edward, Marianne faints and Eleanor suffers in silent agony. A few hours later, however, Edward himself appears at the cottage. In a scene of confused explanations, it is revealed that it is his brother, Robert Ferrars, who has married Lucy Steele. The family learns that Robert, while attempting to persuade Lucy to break her engagement with Edward, had been drawn in by her flattery and ended up supplanting his brother. Now free, Edward immediately comes to Barton and proposes to Eleanor. They marry in the autumn and settle at Delaford Parsonage. His mother, though she eventually reconciles with him, never truly forgives him, instead lavishing her favor on Robert and her new, cunning daughter-in-law, Lucy. Edward and Eleanor live happily on their modest income, supplemented by the £10,000 Mrs. Ferrars eventually provides. In the 2 years following her illness, Marianne's sensibility gives way to sense. She comes to appreciate the quiet constancy of Colonel Brandon's affection. At 19, she agrees to marry him, discovering that her happiness lies in forming his. Though her feelings for him begin as esteem and friendship, her heart in time becomes as devoted to her husband as it once was to Willoughby. The two sisters live near each other at Delaford, maintaining a close and affectionate relationship. Now to adaptations. Sense and Sensibility, a 1995 film, one of the most celebrated of all Austen adaptations. This film was directed by Ang Lee. Emma Thompson wrote the screenplay and also stars as Eleanor Dashwood alongside Kate Winslet, Hugh Grant, and Alan Rickman. Thompson won an Academy Award for her script, making her the only person to ever win Oscars for both acting and writing. The film was a critical and commercial success, earning 7 Oscar nominations, including Best Picture. Its success helped kick off a massive resurgence of interest in Austen in the mid-1990s. To this day, it's often called the definitive version of Sense and Sensibility. 2008 TV miniseries. This 3-part BBC series was written by Andrew Davies. With more screen time, it was able to develop supporting characters and include scenes from the novel that are often cut. It's known for being a bit bolder and more sensual than other versions. While not as famous as the 1995 movie, this miniseries is highly regarded by fans for its detail and nuance. 1981 TV series, a BBC series in 7 episodes starring Irene Richards and Tracy Childs as Eleanor and Marianne. A faithful if stagey production, it was one of the earlier television versions, often remembered for its close adherence to the novel's dialogue. Kondu Kandane 2000, titled I Have Found It in English. This celebrated musical romance is a Tamil language film that sets the story in modern India. From Prada to Nada 2011, a loose, modern take about 2 Latina sisters in Los Angeles who suddenly lose their fortune. The film uses Austen's plot to explore contemporary cultural and class issues. Kate Hamill's stage adaptation from 2014, a popular play that earned praise for its inventive and energetic staging. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Director Ang Lee jokingly dubbed this wuxia drama Sense and Sensibility with martial arts, noting parallels between its two heroines and the Dashwood sisters. The film's storyline, an older, reserved woman and a younger, impulsive woman navigating love and duty, does indeed echo Austen's themes. Now we turn to the next one, Pride and Prejudice. If Sense and Sensibility was Jane Austen's debut, Pride and Prejudice, published in 1813, soon became her most loved novel, both then and now. Austen wrote the first draft, titled First Impressions, in 1796 to 1797, when she was only 21. Her father was so impressed that in November 1797, he offered the manuscript to a London publisher, comparing its length to Fanny Burney's popular novel, Evelina. Famously, the offer was rejected without the publisher even looking at it. Austen set the work aside for over a decade. After the success of Sense and Sensibility, she returned to First Impressions in 1811-1812 and made major revisions. She lopped and cropped the manuscript, making the wit sharper and the plot tighter, and she renamed it Pride and Prejudice. Partly to avoid being confused with another book from 1800, the novel was published in January 1813 by Thomas Egerton, who, impressed by her first novel's reception, bought the copyright for £110. Egerton printed Pride and Prejudice in 3 volumes, advertising it simply as being written by the author of Sense and Sensibility. Austen still remained anonymous. The response was enthusiastic. The first edition sold out in under a year, leading to a second edition by the fall of 1813 and a third edition in 1817. Despite selling the rights completely and therefore making less profit than she might have otherwise, Austen was thrilled at the novel's quick success. In a letter, the usually modest author admitted her delight in her creation, calling Elizabeth Bennet as delightful a creature as ever appeared in print. The reception of Pride and Prejudice at the time was very positive. Early 19th century readers, from regular people to famous literary figures, praised its humor, memorable characters, and familiar social situations. An 1813 review in the Critical Review called it very superior to any novel we have lately met with in the delineation of domestic scenes, highlighting Austen's talent for realistic storytelling. Unlike the Gothic romances that were popular then, Pride and Prejudice felt grounded and relatable. Its natural portrayal of characters, scenes, and dialogue stood out among more exaggerated works. The witty arguments between Elizabeth Bennet and Mr. Darcy, and the novel's insightful commentary on manners and marriage, charmed critics and the public. Even the famous novelist Sir Walter Scott commented with admiration. Writing anonymously, he noted that Austen's novels marked a new trend of fiction that was drawn directly from ordinary life. Over 200 years later, Pride and Prejudice remains one of the most popular novels in English literature, continuing to win the hearts and minds of readers around the world. With its engaging heroine, funny supporting characters, sparkling dialogue, and satisfying romantic plot, modern reception considers it Austen's masterpiece, and it has inspired countless adaptations and works of literary criticism. The long-lasting appeal of Pride and Prejudice comes from its masterful mix of themes, pride, prejudice, and the journey to self-knowledge, all presented with irony and warmth. The title itself captures the novel's main conflict. The proud Mr. Darcy and the initially prejudiced Elizabeth must both get past their wrong first impressions, a clever nod to the original working title, and grow in understanding. This personal growth happens alongside broader social commentary about class and marriage. Austen was influenced by the social comedies of earlier writers like Henry Fielding and Frances Burney, but she refined those influences to focus more tightly on a domestic setting that still critiques the class consciousness of her time. Pride and Prejudice famously looks at the economic and social pressures behind marriage. The Bennet sisters' future depends on marrying well because of the legal restrictions on their home, even as it delivers one of literature's most engaging love stories. The novel's wit and irony set the pattern for the modern romantic comedy, but beneath the humor, Austen asks readers to think about the importance of character over class and love over vanity. Critics then and now have noted how fresh and real Austen's characters feel, from the clever, independent Elizabeth to the ridiculously foolish Mr. Collins, which is why generations of readers still connect with them so strongly. In short, Pride and Prejudice combines an insightful look at human foolishness with the hopeful message that humility, reason, and love can win out over pride and misunderstanding. We can now turn to the course of the story. The story begins in the English countryside at Longbourn, the home of the Bennet family. Mr. and Mrs. Bennet have 5 daughters: Jane, Elizabeth, Mary, Catherine, Kitty, and Lydia, and no sons. This presents a significant problem because their property is entailed, a legal arrangement that means it can only be passed down to a male heir. Upon Mr. Bennet's death, his estate will go to his closest male relative, a cousin named Mr. Collins, leaving his wife and daughters financially vulnerable. Mrs. Bennet, a woman of simple mind and nervous disposition, sees only one solution: to marry her daughters off, preferably to men of wealth. Her life's mission is to secure advantageous matches for them. Mr. Bennet, a more intelligent but sarcastic and detached man, finds amusement in his wife's anxieties and the general silliness of his younger daughters. The 2 eldest daughters, Jane and Elizabeth, are the central figures. Jane, the eldest, is renowned for her beauty and her gentle, kind nature. She is inclined to see the good in everyone. Elizabeth, the second daughter, is intelligent, witty, and prides herself on her ability to judge people's character. She is spirited and not afraid to speak her mind, a quality that sets her apart from many of her contemporaries. The local community is thrown into excitement when a wealthy and eligible bachelor, Mr. Charles Bingley, rents Netherfield Park, a grand estate near Longbourn. Mrs. Bennet is ecstatic, seeing him as the perfect potential husband for one of her daughters. Mr. Bingley arrives with his 2 sisters, the fashionable but arrogant Caroline Bingley and the married but equally snobbish Louisa Hurst, as well as his close friend, Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy. At a local public dance, Mr. Bingley is immediately popular. He is charming, friendly, and unpretentious. He shows a clear admiration for Jane Bennet, dancing with her twice and sparking his family's and the neighborhood's expectation of a match. Mr. Darcy, in stark contrast, makes a terrible first impression. Though he is handsome and even wealthier than Bingley, with an income of £10,000 a year, his demeanor is proud, reserved, and dismissive of the local society. He refuses to dance with anyone outside his own party and makes a particularly cutting remark about Elizabeth. When Bingley suggests he dance with her, Darcy replies loud enough for her to hear, "She is tolerable, but not handsome enough to tempt me." Elizabeth, though hurt, has a playful disposition and finds humor in his arrogance, choosing to laugh about the incident with her friends rather than brood. This moment sets the stage for the central conflict of the story: Elizabeth's prejudice against Darcy and his pride. Shortly after, Longbourn receives a visit from Mr. Collins, the cousin who will inherit the estate. He is a clergyman, and his character is a mixture of pompous self-importance and groveling servility, especially towards his patroness, the formidable Lady Catherine de Bourgh. To make amends for the entailment, he has decided to marry one of the Bennet daughters. His first choice is Jane, but Mrs. Bennet hints that she is likely to be engaged soon, so he pivots immediately to Elizabeth. He makes a formal but completely passionless and businesslike proposal of marriage, outlining his reasons with comical solemnity. Elizabeth, finding him absurd and having no affection for him, firmly rejects him, much to her mother's fury and her father's quiet amusement. Meanwhile, the Bennet girls become acquainted with the new officer in the militia stationed in the nearby town of Meryton, Mr. George Wickham. He is handsome, charming, and immediately popular. He singles out Elizabeth and tells her a compelling and damaging story about Mr. Darcy. Wickham claims that he is the son of the late Mr. Darcy Stewart, and that the elder Darcy, who was his godfather, had promised him a valuable position as a clergyman. However, upon his father's death, the current Mr. Darcy, out of jealousy and cruelty, disregarded his father's will and left Wickham without an income or a profession. This story solidifies Elizabeth's negative opinion of Darcy. She sees it as proof of his wickedness and injustice, and her prejudice against him hardens into deep dislike. She is completely taken in by Wickham's convincing tale and easy charm. The Bingleys host a ball at Netherfield, which brings all the characters together. Elizabeth, hoping to dance with Wickham, is disappointed to find he is not there. He has supposedly avoided the ball to prevent a public confrontation with Darcy. To her surprise, Darcy asks her to dance. Their conversation during the dance is tense and filled with witty but pointed barbs, with Elizabeth alluding to her knowledge of his history with Wickham. The evening is also marked by the embarrassing behavior of the Bennet family. Mrs. Bennet speaks loudly and indiscreetly of her expectation of Jane's engagement to Bingley. Mary Bennet, the plain and studious sister, insists on singing and playing the piano poorly for an extended time. Mr. Collins makes a fool of himself by formally introducing himself to Mr. Darcy. Elizabeth is mortified, aware that Darcy and the Bingley sisters are witnessing her family's lack of social grace. Shortly after the ball, the Bingley party abruptly departs for London with no plans to return. Caroline Bingley sends a letter to Jane, implying that they will not be back all winter and that her brother is growing interested in Darcy's younger sister, Georgiana. The news devastates Jane, who has developed a deep and sincere affection for Bingley. Elizabeth is convinced that Darcy and Bingley's sisters have conspired to separate him from Jane, disapproving of her family's lower social standing and improper behavior. While Jane is heartbroken, the family receives another shock. Elizabeth's close friend, Charlotte Lucas, has accepted a proposal from Mr. Collins. Charlotte, who is 27, plain, and without financial prospects, explains her decision to Elizabeth in purely practical terms. She does not love Mr. Collins, but she desires a comfortable home and financial security which marriage to him will provide. Elizabeth is horrified by her friend's pragmatism, viewing it as a sacrifice of every better feeling to worldly advantage. In the spring, Elizabeth travels to Hunsford in Kent to visit the newly married Charlotte. She finds her friend content in her new life, managing her home and husband with practical skill, primarily by encouraging Mr. Collins to spend his time in his garden and parish duties, leaving her to herself. During her stay, they are frequently invited to Rosings Park, the grand estate of Lady Catherine de Bourgh. Lady Catherine is exactly as Mr. Collins described her, arrogant, domineering, and obsessed with social rank. She interrogates Elizabeth relentlessly about her family, upbringing, and connections. Unexpectedly, Mr. Darcy and his cousin, Colonel Fitzwilliam, arrive for a visit. Elizabeth sees them often, both at Rosings and at the parsonage. During a conversation, Colonel Fitzwilliam happens to mention that Darcy recently saved a friend, whom Elizabeth quickly deduces is Bingley, from an imprudent marriage. He says there were strong objections to the lady's family. This confirms Elizabeth's suspicions that Darcy was the one who separated Jane and Bingley, and her anger towards him intensifies. Fueled by this new information, Elizabeth is in a state of turmoil when Mr. Darcy pays her an unexpected visit at the parsonage. To her complete astonishment, he declares his ardent love for her and proposes marriage. However, his proposal is filled with pride. He speaks not only of his affection, but also of how he has struggled against his feelings due to her inferior family connections, calling the match a degradation. Elizabeth is furious. She flatly rejects him, declaring that his proposal is insulting. She confronts him with her two main accusations: his cruelty in ruining her sister's happiness and his unjust treatment of Mr. Wickham. Darcy is shocked and angered by her refusal and her accusations. He leaves abruptly, but not before stating that, while he does not deny separating Bingley and Jane, he believes he was acting in his friend's best interest. The next morning, Darcy finds Elizabeth on her walk and hands her a long letter before departing. In the letter, he addresses her accusations. He explains that he separated Jane and Bingley because he genuinely believed Jane's calm and composed manner indicated a lack of deep affection for his friend. He also admits his disapproval of the improper behavior of her mother and younger sisters. More shockingly, he reveals the truth about Wickham. He explains that Wickham was indeed left a sum of money and the promise of a clergy position, but that Wickham chose to take a larger sum of money immediately instead. After squandering the money, he tried to claim the clergy living anyway, and Darcy refused. The final, most damning revelation is that the previous summer, Wickham had attempted to elope with Darcy's 15-year-old sister Georgiana to get his hands on her £30,000 inheritance. Darcy arrived just in time to prevent it. Elizabeth is stunned. As she rereads the letter, she begins to see the truth in Darcy's account. She recalls the inconsistencies in Wickham's story and his behavior. She is forced to confront her own blindness and admit that her prejudice had caused her to completely misjudge both men. This realization marks a turning point for Elizabeth. She is deeply humbled and ashamed, acknowledging that vanity, not love, had been her folly. Months later, Elizabeth goes on a summer tour with her aunt and uncle, the Gardiners. Their trip takes them to Derbyshire, the county where Darcy's estate, Pemberley, is located. Hearing that the family is away, Elizabeth agrees to visit the estate. She is captivated by the beauty of the house and its natural, elegant grounds. The housekeeper gives them a tour and speaks of Mr. Darcy in glowing terms, describing him as a kind and generous master and the best of brothers. This portrait of Darcy is completely at odds with Elizabeth's former opinion. As they are touring the grounds, Mr. Darcy himself makes a surprise appearance, having returned a day early. He is mortified to be found there, but his entire demeanor has changed. He is gentle, polite, and completely without his former pride. He treats her and the Gardiners, who are of a lower social class, with the utmost respect and civility. The next day he brings his sister Georgiana to meet her, a sign of his high esteem. Elizabeth is bewildered and flattered by this transformation, realizing that her harsh refusal has prompted him to reflect on his own character. Her feelings for him begin to soften and change into respect and gratitude. Her promising new acquaintance with Darcy is cut short by devastating news from home. A letter from Jane reveals that Lydia, who had been summering in Brighton under the care of a colonel's wife, has run off with Wickham. The family is in turmoil, as they fear Wickham has no intention of marrying her, an act that would bring social ruin and disgrace upon the entire Bennet family. Elizabeth and the Gardiners rush back to Longbourn. Mr. Bennet and Mr. Gardiner go to London to search for the couple, but with little success. The family is in a state of despair. Just when all seems lost, a letter arrives from Mr. Gardiner saying that Lydia and Wickham have been found and will be married, on the condition that Mr. Bennet provides Lydia with her small inheritance and a small yearly income. The family assumes that Mr. Gardiner has paid Wickham a significant sum of money to persuade him to marry Lydia. After their wedding, Lydia and Wickham visit Longbourn before heading to the north of England, where Wickham has been given a new commission in the army. During her visit, Lydia carelessly let slip that Mr. Darcy was present at her wedding. Puzzled, Elizabeth writes to her aunt for an explanation. Mrs. Gardiner's reply reveals the full truth. It was Mr. Darcy, not her uncle, who had found Lydia and Wickham. He was the one who paid off Wickham's massive debts and provided the money to secure the marriage. He did all of this secretly, intending for the Gardiners to take the credit. His motive, he told Mr. Gardiner, was to undo the harm his own prideful silence about Wickham's character had caused, but Elizabeth's aunt hints that his true motive was his love for Elizabeth. Elizabeth is overwhelmed by this act of generosity and realizes the true depth of his character and his affection for her. Soon after, Bingley and Darcy return to Netherfield. Bingley quickly resumes his courtship of Jane and, free from interference, he proposes marriage. Jane joyfully accepts. A few days later, Lady Catherine de Bourgh makes a surprise confrontational visit to Longbourn. She has heard a rumor that her nephew is planning to marry Elizabeth. She demands that Elizabeth promise to never accept a proposal from him, insulting her family and her social standing. Elizabeth calmly but firmly refuses, declaring that she will not be intimidated. This failed attempt to intervene has the opposite of its intended effect. When Darcy hears of it, it gives him hope that Elizabeth's feelings for him have changed. He walks with her, and they finally speak openly. He admits his affections and wishes are unchanged. Elizabeth, her heart now completely won, accepts his proposal. The story ends with the double wedding of Jane and Bingley and Elizabeth and Darcy. Both couples are shown to be truly happy, having found partners they love and respect. The Bennet family is overjoyed, and the story concludes with a look at the futures of all the characters, having resolved the central conflicts of Pride and Prejudice. Adaptations. 1995 BBC miniseries Pride and Prejudice. For many, this is the gold standard. The 6-part series stars Jennifer Eel as Elizabeth Bennet and Colin Firth as Mr. Darcy. It's praised for being incredibly faithful to the novel, giving plenty of time to supporting characters and key scenes. The show's massive popularity sparked the Austen boom in the 1990s. A 1940 movie, a classic Hollywood adaptation starring Greer Garson and Laurence Olivier. Notable as the first major film version, it took liberties, setting the story in the 1830s with extravagant costumes and giving a happier ending for Lady Catherine. But it introduced many to Austen's work in the mid-20th century. A 2005 film, directed by Joe Wright, this version became a global success. Starring Keira Knightley and Matthew McFadden, it took a faster-paced, more cinematic approach. Knightley even earned a Best Actress Oscar nomination for her role. The film was praised for its fresh energy and for making Austen accessible to a new, younger generation. Bridget Jones's Diary, this modern romantic comedy, is heavily inspired by Pride and Prejudice. The story intentionally mirrors Austen's plot, with Renee Zellweger's Bridget as a modern-day Elizabeth. Colin Firth plays Mark Darcy, a direct nod to his iconic 1995 role. Lost in Austen, a 2008 miniseries, a British TV fantasy in which a modern London woman swaps places with Elizabeth Bennet via a magical book. While it directly features Austen's characters with a twist, it's not a straightforward adaptation. It explores Pride and Prejudice by messing with its storyline and asking what a modern fan might do differently in Austen's world. Pride and Prejudice, a 2004 film, a Bollywood-style musical that moves the story to modern India and Los Angeles. It blends Austen's plot with song and dance numbers and cross-cultural comedy. Fire Island 2020 film, a gay romantic comedy that sets the story among a group of friends vacationing at Fire Island, New York. The plot and characters deliberately parallel Austen's novel, showing how her themes of class, romance, and first impressions are truly universal. The Lizzie Bennet Diaries, a web series running from 2012 to 2013, an adaptation that told the story through a series of vlogs on YouTube. Lizzie is a grad student blogging about her life, and the story unfolds across social media. The series was a significant online hit and even won an Emmy. Pride and Prejudice and Zombies, from 2016, a genre-bending adaptation based on the mashup novel by Seth Grahame-Smith. It retells Austen's story but adds a zombie apocalypse element, with Lily James as Elizabeth fighting undead hordes. A pop culture offshoot of Austen's novel, notable for its sheer oddity, though the film received mixed reviews. Stage adaptations. Pride and Prejudice has seen countless stage versions. An early Broadway musical, First Impressions, in 1959, attempted a song and dance retelling. It flopped, but featured Polly Bergen and Hermione Gingold. More recently, playwright Kate Hamill's Pride and Prejudice, premiered 2017, earned acclaim for its screwball comedy approach and has been widely produced regionally. There's even an opera debuted in 2019 in Maryland. Next on the list is Northanger Abbey. Although it was published after her death in 1870, Northanger Abbey has the unique honor of being Jane Austen's first completed novel. Austen wrote most of it in 1798-1799 when she was in her early 20s. Originally titled Susan, this manuscript was the first of her works to be sold to a publisher. In 1803, a London company, Crosby & Co., bought Susan for £10 and even advertised it as in the press. But for some reason, the publisher never released the book. After waiting 6 years with no news, Austen herself wrote to Crosby in 1809 under the fake name Mrs. Ashton Dennis, with the cheeky initials MAD, to ask about the delay and suggest she might find another publisher. Crosby's short reply denied any promise to publish it quickly and offered to sell the manuscript back for the same £10, an expense Austen couldn't afford at the time. It wasn't until 1806 that her brother Henry was able to buy back the rights to Susan. By then, Austen was working on Persuasion, and she only made small revisions to the old manuscript. She changed the heroine's name from Susan to Catherine because another novel named Susan had been published in 1809, and wrote a short preface explaining that the story was finished 13 years ago and reflected an earlier time. After Austen's death in July 1817, Northanger Abbey, as it was renamed, was finally published in December 1817, along with Persuasion, in a 4-volume set edited by her brother. This posthumous edition, which was introduced by Henry Austen's biographical notice of the author, revealed Jane Austen's identity to the public for the first time. Because of its delayed publication, the first reviews of Northanger Abbey only came out after Austen had died. Early 1818 reviews, therefore, looked at it alongside her already known works. The British critic in March 1818 praised Austen's novels as a group, noting that they display a degree of excellence that has not often been surpassed in realistically showing everyday life. It's specifically called Northanger Abbey, one of the very best of Miss Austen's productions, though the reviewer gently noted that some of the plot's events were rather improbable. Similarly, Blackwood's Edinburgh magazine praised the lifelike quality of Austen's fiction, observing that one could conceive any one of her fictions to be realized in any town or village in England. These comments show that Austen's talent for realism and believable characters was highly valued, even in a novel that playfully makes fun of Gothic drama. In modern times, Northanger Abbey has become loved as Austen's clever satire of Gothic novels and as a charming coming-of-age story. For a long time, it was perhaps less famous than Pride and Prejudice or Emma. But criticism in the late 20th century brought back its importance. Scholars now point out that Northanger Abbey, though written when she was young, serves as a bridge between Austen's early writings and her mature masterpieces. It has gained respect for its humorous yet insightful commentary on reading novels and using one's imagination, and it is often enjoyed for its lighter, more openly comedic tone. The themes and influences of Northanger Abbey make it a delightful and unique part of Austen's body of work. It is clearly a parody and homage to the Gothic novel craze of the late 1700s. The young heroine, Catherine Morland, is an avid reader of Anne Radcliffe's spooky romances, and Austen uses Catherine's overactive imagination to make fun of the genre's cliches. The novel's first half in the city of Bath and second half at the Abbey of the title follow Catherine's growth from innocence to realism. Austen fills the story with witty and self-conscious allusions to Gothic staples, mysterious manuscripts, locked chests, and stormy nights, only to ruin the suspense with ordinary truth. Critics have long debated whether Austen's take on the Gothic is mocking or gently affectionate. In fact, Austen balances both. On one hand, Henry Tilney's famous scolding of Catherine for imagining a murder at Northanger strongly reasserts common sense over Gothic nonsense. On the other hand, Austen includes a spirited defense of novels in the text and shows affection and esteem for the Gothic genre through her playful references and obvious enjoyment of its conventions. Influenced by her own youthful reading of Gothic thrillers, Austen created Northanger Abbey as both a satire and a tribute. The novel ultimately supports reason and integrity as Catherine learns to tell the difference between fiction and reality. But it also celebrates the extensive and unaffected pleasure of reading for enjoyment. Thematically, Northanger Abbey is about the foolishness of letting romantic fantasies get in the way of real life, the value of honest observation, and even an early feminist idea that a young woman's mind, with all its fantasies, is not something to be dismissed. In using the Gothic framework, Austen was influenced by authors like Radcliffe, but she creatively turned the focus back on ordinary life, gently reminding readers that everyday evils, like selfishness, greed, and social snobbery, are more real than haunted castles. Today, Northanger Abbey is treasured for its satirical sparkle and what it reveals about Austen's literary world around 1800, a conversation between fiction and reality, delivered with irony and love. Next, a look at what happens in the book. The story begins by introducing Catherine Morland, a young woman who, in her childhood, showed no signs of becoming the heroine of a novel. She was a plain-looking child, more interested in boys' games than in traditional feminine pastimes. Her family was respectable and well-off, but not of high social standing. Her father was a clergyman, and her mother was a sensible woman. Catherine was one of 10 children. As she grew older, Catherine's appearance improved, and she developed an interest in society and romance, largely through reading popular novels of the time. At 17, she is invited to accompany the Allens, a wealthy, childless couple from her neighborhood, on a trip to Bath, a fashionable resort town. This marks her first significant entry into the wider world. Upon arriving in Bath, Catherine is initially overwhelmed and a little lonely, as the Allens know very few people. Her first social outing, a ball at the upper rooms, is a disappointment, as she doesn't have a partner to dance with. However, at a subsequent ball, she is introduced to a young clergyman named Henry Tilney. They dance together, and Catherine is immediately charmed by his intelligent and playful conversation. She hopes to see him again, but he disappears from Bath for a short time. Soon after, Catherine and Mrs. Allen meet Mrs. Thorpe, an old school friend of Mrs. Allen's, and her 3 daughters, including Isabella, the eldest. Isabella and Catherine quickly become close friends, bonding over their shared love of Gothic novels. The Thorpes also happen to be acquainted with Catherine's older brother, James, who is a fellow student of John Thorpe, Isabella's brother, at Oxford. James Morland and John Thorpe soon arrive in Bath to join their families. James is immediately taken with Isabella, and they quickly form a close attachment. John Thorpe, a boorish and boastful young man, decides to pursue Catherine, though she is largely oblivious to his intentions and finds him rather disagreeable. Catherine's social life in Bath becomes a whirl of balls, theater visits, and walks. She is torn between her growing affection for Henry Tilney and her friendship with Isabella Thorpe, whose brother, John, continues his clumsy attempts to court her. Catherine finds herself in several awkward situations due to John's behavior, including a canceled walk with the Tilneys that leads to a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, the relationship between James and Isabella deepens, and they become engaged. Catherine is overjoyed at the prospect of her brother and her best friend marrying. However, Isabella's true character begins to reveal itself. She seems more interested in the financial aspects of the marriage than in James himself, and her behavior becomes increasingly flirtatious, particularly towards Captain Tilney, Henry's older brother, when he arrives in Bath. Catherine, in her naivete, struggles to understand Isabella's actions. She tries to defend her friend's character, even as she becomes more and more uncomfortable with her behavior. Her own relationship with Henry Tilney continues to develop, marked by witty conversations and a growing mutual affection. She also becomes friends with Henry's sister, Eleanor. The Tilney family invites Catherine to visit them at their home, Northanger Abbey. Thrilled at the prospect of staying in a real abbey, which she imagines to be just like the mysterious and romantic settings of her favorite Gothic novels, Catherine eagerly accepts. Her imagination runs wild with expectations of secret passages, hidden manuscripts, and dark family secrets. Upon her arrival, Catherine finds Northanger Abbey to be a comfortable and modernized home, much to her initial disappointment. However, her overactive imagination, fueled by the Gothic novels she loves, leads her to suspect that General Tilney, Henry and Eleanor's father, is a villain. She imagines that he has murdered his late wife, or perhaps has her imprisoned somewhere in the abbey. Her attempts to find evidence to support her theories lead to a series of humorous and embarrassing situations. She explores the house, searching for clues, and convinces herself that a mysterious chest in an old cabinet must hold dark secrets. In the end, the chest is found to contain nothing more than a spare blanket, and the cabinet holds only old household bills. Catherine's fantasies come to a head when she sneaks into the late Mrs. Tilney's chambers, expecting to find a scene of Gothic horror. Instead, she finds a perfectly normal, pleasant room. Henry discovers her there and, realizing the extent of her imaginative delusions, gently but firmly confronts her with the absurdity of her suspicions. He explains the real and very ordinary circumstances of his mother's death. Catherine is deeply ashamed and humbled, realizing that she has allowed her imagination to run away with her and has done a great injustice to the Tilney family. Just as Catherine is recovering from her embarrassment and her relationship with Henry is deepening, General Tilney suddenly returns home from a trip to London. The next evening, he inexplicably orders Catherine to leave Northanger Abbey immediately, sending her on a 70-mile journey home alone and without explanation. Catherine is devastated and confused by this sudden and rude dismissal. She returns home in disgrace, unable to understand what she could have done to offend the general. Sometime later, Henry Tilney unexpectedly appears at her family's home in Fullerton. He explains the reason for his father's cruel behavior. General Tilney had been led to believe by John Thorpe that Catherine was the heir to the wealthy Allen's fortune. Based on this misinformation, he encouraged his son's interest in her and invited her to Northanger Abbey, hoping for a financially advantageous marriage for Henry. However, during his trip to London, he encountered John Thorpe again. Thorpe, angry at Catherine for rejecting him and at the Morland family, because Isabella had broken off her engagement to James in favor of pursuing the wealthier Captain Tilney, maliciously portrayed the Morlands as a poor and socially ambitious family. Enraged at having been deceived, General Tilney returned to Northanger and threw Catherine out of the house. Henry, upon learning of his father's actions, was horrified. He defied his father, declared his love for Catherine, and immediately went to Fullerton to propose to her. Catherine joyfully accepts Henry's proposal. Her parents give their consent, on the condition that General Tilney also agrees to the marriage. For a time, it seems that the general's pride will be an insurmountable obstacle. However, two events help to change his mind. First, Eleanor Tilney marries a wealthy and titled man, which puts the general in a good mood and makes him more inclined to be generous. Second, he learns that the Morland family is not as poor as John Thorpe had claimed, and that Catherine has a modest inheritance of her own. With these considerations and the influence of his newly married daughter, General Tilney gives his consent. Henry and Catherine are married, and the story concludes with the observation that despite the trials and misunderstandings they faced, their happiness was ultimately secured. The author playfully questions whether the story recommends parental tyranny or celebrates filial disobedience, leaving the reader to decide. Adaptations. A 1987 TV film, Northanger Abbey. For a long time, this was the only version of Northanger Abbey most people could see. A bit dated now, it was a faithful adaptation that introduced the story to a generation of viewers in the 80s and 90s. A 2007 TV film, often seen as the most entertaining and approachable version of the novel. Written by Andrew Davies, with Felicity Jones as Catherine Morland and J.J. Field as Henry Tilney. The film is famous for its dream sequences, which visualize Catherine's overactive Gothic imagination. This approach perfectly captures the satirical spirit of Austen's book. Ruby in Paradise 1993, this indie film starring Ashley Judd is loosely inspired by the novel. Judd's character even reads Northanger Abbey in the movie, drawing a direct parallel to Catherine's journey of self-discovery in a new town. Episode: Pup Fiction in the Wishbone series. The children's TV show Wishbone had an episode where the Jack Russell Terrier imagines himself into Northanger Abbey. The episode features Wishbone as Henry Tilney, teaching the Catherine character a lesson about letting imagination run away, aligning with Austen's moral in the novel. Let's continue to The Watsons. The Watsons is an unfinished novel that Jane Austen started around 1804 while she was living in Bath. She likely wrote only about 18,000 words, around 4 chapters, before giving up on the manuscript, which she never gave a title. What remains of The Watsons introduces a family with little money. Emma Watson, a young woman raised by a wealthy aunt, has recently returned to her struggling birth family after her aunt's remarriage left her without any money. Austen creates a darker setup than in her other novels. A father in poor health, daughters facing a life of poverty if they don't marry well, yet the fragment also has sparks of her comedy and social insight. We see her sharp eye for class differences and social absurdities from the start, for example, in a ball scene where snobbery and gossip are everywhere. However, after Austen's father died in January 1805, she stopped working on The Watsons. The novel remained in manuscript form, unfinished, and Austen never went back to it once she started writing again at Chawton years later. The fragment stayed within the Austen family until 1871, when her nephew's memoir included a brief summary and a few quotes from it. He called it The Younger Sister in his summary. It wasn't actually published in full until much later in the 19th century. By 1871, only readers of the memoir knew it existed. In the 20th and 21st centuries, The Watsons has fascinated scholars and fans as a literary what might have been. Several authors, including Austen's own niece, Catherine Hubback, in 1850, have even written endings for the story, which is a testament to the strong characters and situation Austen left behind. Because Austen never finished or published The Watsons, there was no reception from her time to speak of. Only her close family would have read the manuscript, and family tradition says that Jane Austen did describe a rough ending in a conversation with her sister Cassandra. Modern reception of The Watsons, however, is full of speculation and analysis. Critics have long wondered why Austen abandoned the novel. One theory is that the story's events started to feel uncomfortably similar to Austen's own life. Notably, the father in the Watson family is a kind but ailing clergyman who is expected to die, leaving his daughters in a terrible situation. Tragically, Austen's own father, also a kind retired clergyman, died suddenly in 1805, around the same time she put The Watsons aside. As one scholar suggests, creating a kind, dying, retired clergyman father and then having her own father die was a little too much reality for Jane Austen. Other factors, such as Austen's well-known unhappiness, living in the busy city of Bath away from the quiet countryside she loved, may have hurt her creative spirit during these years. Whatever the reason, Austen never returned to The Watsons even after she started writing again at Chawton. Today, The Watsons is valued by scholars for these insights into Austen's growth and as a puzzle piece in her body of work. While fans sometimes enjoy reading modern endings to get a sense of conclusion. Before we start with the summary, let me remind you about my links to full editions in the description. Now, let's begin. The story begins in the small town of Dee in Surrey, where the first ball of the winter season is about to take place. The local community is excited, especially about the possibility that the Osbornes, a family of high social standing from the nearby Osborne Castle, might attend. The focus shifts to the Watson family. They live in a village called Sanditon, about 3 miles from town. Mr. Watson is a widowed and sickly clergyman of modest means. Living with him are 2 of his 4 daughters, Elizabeth and Emma. The family is not wealthy. They do not own an enclosed carriage, which was a significant indicator of social and financial status at the time. Their wealthier friends in town, the Edwards family, have a tradition of inviting the Watson sisters to stay at their house for the monthly balls. On this occasion, 19-year-old Emma Watson is to attend the ball. This will be her first social event in the area. Emma has only recently returned to her family after living for 14 years with a wealthy aunt who raised her. Her eldest sister, Elizabeth, who is nearly 30, cheerfully agrees to drive Emma into town in their old chair, a simple, open-air carriage. During the carriage ride, Elizabeth gives her younger sister a detailed briefing on the local social scene, and, in doing so, reveals the complex and often difficult dynamics of their family. She begins with a warning about Mr. Tom Musgrave. He is a handsome, charming, and wealthy young man who is universally popular. Elizabeth cautions Emma not to take his attention seriously, as he is a notorious flirt who pays attention to every new, pretty girl but never has serious intentions. She reveals that she was the first girl he pursued when he arrived in the area 6 years ago, and though he has flirted with many others since, including her own sisters, some people believe he never liked anyone as much as he liked her. When Emma asks why Elizabeth was not charmed by him, Elizabeth reveals a painful story from her past. She had been in love with a young man named Purvis. However, she claims their sister, Penelope, deliberately sabotaged the relationship to try and win Purvis for herself. This act of treachery, as Elizabeth calls it, ended with Purvis marrying someone else and left Elizabeth heartbroken. She tells Emma never to trust Penelope with any secrets, describing her as someone who would do anything to get married and has no faith, no honor, no scruples. Elizabeth explains that the pressure to marry is immense. Their father cannot provide for them financially, and the prospect of growing old, poor, and unmarried is a terrifying one. While her own heart is no longer set on finding love, she recognizes marriage as a practical necessity. She continues to describe her other sisters. Penelope, after her failed attempt with Purvis and being trifled with by Tom Musgrave, is now in Chichester, trying to secure a proposal from a rich elderly man, a Dr. Harding. The other sister, Margaret, is convinced that Tom Musgrave is seriously in love with her and is constantly expecting him to propose. Elizabeth, however, believes Margaret is deluding herself and that Musgrave will only marry someone of high status, like Miss Osborne. Emma is shocked by this account of her sister's desperate and sometimes ruthless pursuit of marriage. She declares that she would rather become a schoolteacher, a fate she considers the worst imaginable, than marry a man she did not like. Elizabeth, who has a more worldly view, replies that being a teacher is far worse than Emma can imagine, and that a good-humored man with a comfortable income is not so difficult to like. She observes that Emma's upbringing has made her refined, a quality she fears will not lead to happiness in their current circumstances. Finally, Elizabeth mentions their brother Sam, who is a surgeon in a nearby town. He is in love with Mary Edwards, the daughter of their wealthy friends. Elizabeth has promised to write to Sam and tell him whom Mary dances with at the ball. She fears it is a hopeless attachment, as the Edwardses would expect a much wealthier and more distinguished match for their only daughter, who stands to inherit £10,000. Upon arriving at the Edwards' grand home, Emma feels a sense of awkwardness. She barely knows the family, and her conversation with Elizabeth has left her with an unpleasant impression of her own family's situation. Mrs. Edwards is friendly but formal, and her daughter Mary is quiet and reserved. The atmosphere warms as the ladies prepare for the ball. Emma finds Mary Edwards to be sensible and modest. A brief conversation about Emma's resemblance to her brother Sam causes Mary to blush, hinting that she may be aware of, and perhaps not entirely indifferent to, his affection. However, Mr. Edwards dismisses any likeness, and the topic is dropped. During dessert, Mr. Edwards speaks of his friendship with Emma's father and his regret that Mr. Watson's poor health prevents him from joining their local card club. The conversation then turns to Emma's aunt, who recently remarried an Irish Army officer, Captain O'Brien. Emma reveals, with some agitation, that her aunt's new husband did not want her to be part of their new life in Ireland. This explains her sudden return to her family. The mention of an officer prompts a slight reaction from Mary Edwards, reminding Emma of Elizabeth's concerns about a Captain Hunter. At the assembly rooms, which is a term for a public hall used for dances and social gatherings, the evening begins slowly. The room is initially cold and empty, but soon fills with guests. Emma's attention is immediately drawn to a handsome officer, Captain Hunter, who engages Mary Edwards for the first two dances. Emma silently concludes that her brother Sam's chances are indeed slim. Emma, being a new and pretty face, does not go unnoticed. She is quickly asked to dance by another officer. The arrival of the Osborne party causes a stir. The group consists of the formidable Lady Osborne, her son, Lord Osborne, a fine but cold and awkward young man, her daughter, Miss Osborne, her daughter's friend, Miss Carr, Mr. Howard, the clergyman and former tutor to Lord Osborne, Mrs. Blake, Mr. Howard's widowed sister, her 10-year-old son, Charles Blake, and the ever-present Tom Musgrave. The first significant event of the evening occurs when Miss Osborne cruelly breaks her promise to dance with young Charles Blake, choosing instead to dance with a colonel. The little boy is visibly devastated. On an impulse of pure kindness, Emma steps forward and offers to be his partner. The boy is delighted, and his mother, Mrs. Blake, is immensely grateful. This simple, compassionate act makes Emma the center of attention for the Osborne party. Miss Osborne gives her a surprised stare. Tom Musgrave watches her with curiosity, and eventually, Lord Osborne himself comes over to observe her. Emma feels self-conscious but does not regret her decision. She finds her young partner charming, and they chat easily as they dance. After the dance, during the break for tea, Mrs. Blake formally introduces her brother, Mr. Howard. He is a gentlemanly man in his early 30s, and he immediately asks Emma for the next two dances, which she gladly accepts. Shortly after, from a discreet corner, Emma overhears a revealing conversation. Lord Osborne points her out to Tom Musgrave, saying, "Why do not you dance with that beautiful Emma Watson? I want you to dance with her." Musgrave agrees, and Lord Osborne adds that if she seems approachable, Musgrave should introduce him as well. Amused, but also wanting to avoid the conceited Musgrave, Emma quickly moves away. However, Musgrave finds her and, through a formal introduction from Mrs. Edwards, asks her to dance. Emma takes great satisfaction in telling him that she is already engaged. He is visibly surprised. When he sees that her partner is Mr. Howard, Lord Osborne remarks to Musgrave, "That will do as well for me." Emma thoroughly enjoys her dances with Mr. Howard. She finds him sensible, unaffected, and agreeable. The only downside is the constant presence of Lord Osborne, who lingers nearby, watching them. As the Osborne party prepares to leave, Emma receives warm thanks from Mrs. Blake and Charles. Lord Osborne himself awkwardly approaches her, pretending to look for his gloves in a clear attempt to speak with her one last time. Tom Musgrave disappears, presumably to enjoy a late-night snack of oysters as he had planned. The ball concludes, and Emma returns to the Edwards house in high spirits, her head filled with thoughts of her new acquaintances. The next morning, the Edwards home is filled with visitors, all curious to get a better look at the young woman who had captured Lord Osborne's attention. While Emma's waiting for her family's carriage to take her home, Tom Musgrave makes a surprise appearance. He brings a note from Elizabeth explaining that their father felt well enough to attend a church meeting, making it impossible for her to fetch Emma. Musgrave, having met Elizabeth on the road, gallantly offers to drive Emma home himself in his curricle, a fashionable and sporty two-wheeled carriage. A ride in such a vehicle with a young man would imply a degree of intimacy, and Emma, disliking him, politely declines. Mrs. Edwards, sensing the situation, steps in and offers her own family carriage, which Emma gratefully accepts. Thwarted, Musgrave engages in some small talk, praising Miss Osborne and attempting to get Emma's opinion of his friend, Lord Osborne. Emma is politely critical, remarking that he might be better bred. Emma returns home and recounts the entire evening to Elizabeth. Elizabeth is astonished that Emma danced with Mr. Howard, whom she considers one of the great and grand ones, but is relieved to hear Emma's genuine dislike for Tom Musgrave. That evening, Mr. Watson returns from his meeting and speaks with high praise of the sermon he heard, which was delivered by none other than Mr. Howard. He also recounts how Mr. Howard had been exceptionally kind and attentive, even helping him up a steep flight of stairs. A few days later, as the sisters are about to have their simple dinner, Lord Osborne and Tom Musgrave make a startling, unannounced visit. Their arrival at the humble Watson home at such an inconvenient time is highly improper by the standards of the day. Emma is mortified by the contrast between their wealth and her family's poverty, though the more down-to-earth Elizabeth is less concerned. Lord Osborne is visibly embarrassed and struggles to make conversation. After some awkward remarks about the weather and footwear, he finds a more gentlemanly tone. His interest in Emma is obvious. The visit is cut short when the maid, Nanny, interrupts to ask why her master's dinner is delayed. The gentlemen, flustered, make a hasty departure. Before leaving, Lord Osborne invites Emma to come and see his hunting hounds the following week. Mr. Watson is not pleased by the visit, seeing it as an intrusive and meaningless gesture. The household is soon disrupted again by a visit from Emma's brother, Robert, his wife Jane, and her sister Margaret, who is returning from a month-long stay with them in Croydon. The reunion is strained. Robert is a self-satisfied attorney primarily concerned with money. His wife Jane is pretentious and looks down on the Stanton Watsons' simpler lifestyle. Margaret, who had been described as fretful, is initially overly affectionate towards Emma, gushing about how they will be great friends. Robert speaks bluntly to Emma about her situation, calling her a weight upon your family without a sixpence, and expressing his frustration that her aunt did not secure a fortune for her. The conversation with Jane is a series of thinly veiled boasts about her superior home, parties, and social life in Croydon. The tension is broken by another surprise visit from Tom Musgrave, who is on his way home from London. Margaret is overjoyed, interpreting his visit as proof of his affection for her. The family decides to play cards, and the choice of game becomes a small power struggle between the fashions of Croydon speculation and the fashions of Osborne Castle vingt un. Osborne Castle wins. During the game, Musgrave is the life of the party. Full of jokes and stories, he begins to tell Emma about a conversation at the castle where she was mentioned, but he is interrupted and never returns to the subject, leaving Emma in suspense. Elizabeth, prompted by Margaret, invites him to dinner the next day. He accepts non-committally, saying they shouldn't expect him unless they see him. Tom Musgrave does not come to dinner the next day. Margaret is furious and spends the remainder of her brother and sister-in-law's visit in a state of peevish discontent, making life miserable for Elizabeth and the household staff. To escape the constant arguments and the oppressive atmosphere created by her relatives, Emma volunteers to spend her evenings sitting with her invalid father. In the peace of his room, she reflects on her drastic change in circumstances. Just a short time ago, she was the beloved ward of her aunt and uncle, living a life of elegance and comfort, with the expectation of inheriting a sizable fortune. Now, she has no financial prospects, is a burden on a family she barely knows, and is surrounded by what she considers inferior minds, with little hope for domestic peace or future security. Robert and Jane press Emma to return with them to Croydon, an invitation she firmly refuses despite Elizabeth's urging to go for her own sake. The visitors depart, leaving Emma to contemplate her bleak situation. It is at this point, with Emma's future looking deeply uncertain, that Jane Austen's manuscript abruptly ends. It inspired several adaptations. A 2018 stage play, The Watsons. Since Jane Austen never finished the novel, any adaptation has to get creative. This play by Laura Wade is by far the most notable version. It starts as a standard period drama, but then the playwright herself walks on stage as a character to confront the cast about their unfinished story. This twist was praised by critics as an ingenious way to complete the tale, turning it into an exploration of authorship and storytelling. Novel completions. It's worth noting Austen's niece Catherine Hubback published a novel, The Younger Sister, 1850, which finished the Watsons storyline. And in recent decades, several authors, for example Joan Aiken, have written their own endings in book form. Next stop is Mansfield Park. Published in 1814, Mansfield Park was Jane Austen's third novel and, notably, the first she wrote completely as a mature adult at Chawton Cottage. She began it in February 1811, just after Sense and Sensibility was released, and finished in the summer of 1813. Austen knew this book was different from the light, witty tone of Pride and Prejudice. As she wrote to her brother while working on it, "I have something in hand, which I hope on the credit of P&P will sell well, though not half so entertaining." Mansfield Park was published by Thomas Egerton in May 1814, advertised simply as a new novel by the author of Sense and Sensibility and Pride and Prejudice. The first edition of 1,250 copies sold out in about 6 months, a solid success, though not the instant sensation Pride and Prejudice had been. Interestingly, unlike Austen's earlier novels, Mansfield Park did not get any formal reviews from literary critics when it was released. It seems to have gone unnoticed by the major journals. However, Jane Austen was keen to get informal feedback. She passed the novel around to family and friends and wrote down their opinions of Mansfield Park, a collection of their honest comments. These opinions from her time were quite mixed. Some relatives praised the novel's moral depth and even preferred it to her previous books, while others found it less brilliant or complained that the heroine, Fanny Price, was too passive. Austen herself admitted that Mansfield Park might not sparkle in the same way, but she stood by it, once saying with a bit of irony that Mansfield Park was one of her own favorites. Over time, modern reception of Mansfield Park has remained sharply divided, perhaps more so than for any other Austen novel. Some readers and critics consider it one of Austen's most complex and rewarding works. Others struggle with its serious tone and its shy, principled heroine. The different opinions were there from the beginning. As Cassandra Austen noted, Mansfield Park was clever, though not so brilliant as Pride and Prejudice, and one of Jane's nieces could not bear Fanny, while another reader thought that people who feel much would prefer the novel's depth. These conflicting views are still common today. Supporters argue that Mansfield Park offers Austen's richest exploration of morality, education, and social mobility, tackling a variety of themes: family relationships, education, passions and principles, virtue and vice, power and vulnerability, illusion and reality, and more. They admire the novel's realistic characters, many of whom have a mix of flaws and strengths, and the way Austen sparks debate about what each character deserves by the end of the story. Meanwhile, those who dislike it often point to the book's lack of obvious humor or what they see as Fanny Price's overly moral and rigid nature. Interestingly, this division mirrors the reaction Austen saw among people in her own time, confirming that Mansfield Park has always been a controversial novel. In recent decades, academic interest in Mansfield Park has grown, looking at everything from its critique of slavery and colonial wealth to its exploration of a character's inner thoughts. Modern critics have come to appreciate that the very things that confused early readers, its serious mood, its conscientious heroine, its uncertain ending, are deliberate features of Austen's most morally complex novel. As one commentary notes, Austen's own admission that Mansfield Park is not half so entertaining, as her previous work has not stopped it from sparking 200 years of debate, and we expect it to do so for at least 200 more. The themes and influences in Mansfield Park show Austen's shift toward a more complex and sometimes darker view of her society. A central theme is the conflict between principle and desire, represented by Fanny Price's quiet determination versus the glamour and temptations offered by characters like Mary and Henry Crawford. The novel asks what true goodness is and whether it is rewarded, questions that Austen raises more directly here than elsewhere. In doing so, she may have been influenced by moral literature and etiquette books of her time, as well as by real discussions within her family. Austen's brothers in the Navy and the context of the British Empire are hinted at in the Bertram family's Antigua plantation. Another theme is education and self-improvement. We see different upbringings. Fanny's strict, values-focused education at Mansfield versus her cousin's more relaxed, permissive environment, and the novel shows how these influences shaped character. Austen was likely engaging with Enlightenment ideas about upbringing and virtue. Additionally, Mansfield Park explores the social hierarchies of the country estate. By placing a poor relative like Fanny in a wealthy household, Austen examines class consciousness and gratitude, perhaps drawing from her own experience of depending on wealthier relatives. The influence of Samuel Johnson's moral essays can be felt in the text's focus on duty and constancy. Yet Austen doesn't ignore the personal side. Like all her novels, Mansfield Park has a love story, though here it's quiet and slow, emphasizing friendship and understanding over romantic drama. Stylistically, the novel is more internal and thoughtful. Austen gives us more of Fanny's inner life, a technique that points toward the development of the psychological novel. In summary, Mansfield Park might lack the sparkling wit of Emma or Pride and Prejudice, but it makes up for it with deep questions about conscience, society, and what one reader in 1814 called the thinking deep reader's preference. These layers make it a rewarding, if challenging, read, and they secure its reputation as Austen's most thought-provoking work. Now to the story itself. The story begins with the three Ward sisters. The eldest, Maria, marries Sir Thomas Bertram, a wealthy baronet, becoming Lady Bertram of Mansfield Park. The second sister marries the Reverend Mr. Norris, a clergyman and friend of Sir Thomas, who provides them with a comfortable living. The youngest, Frances, marries a Marine lieutenant, Mr. Price, a match considered disgraceful by her family due to his lack of fortune and connections. This marriage causes a rift between Frances and her sisters, and for many years they have little contact. Years later, Frances, now Mrs. Price, is struggling to raise a large family on a meager income. She writes to her sister, Lady Bertram, seeking assistance. In response, her sister, Mrs. Norris, proposes a plan. The Bertrams will take in one of Mrs. Price's daughters, Fanny, to raise at Mansfield Park. Mrs. Norris, a woman who loves to direct others but avoids any personal expense, presents the idea as a charitable act, though she has no intention of contributing financially or taking on any real responsibility for the child. Sir Thomas Bertram agrees to the arrangement, and 10-year-old Fanny Price is brought to Mansfield Park. Fanny is a timid, sensitive child, overwhelmed by the grandeur of her new home and intimidated by her relatives. Her aunt, Lady Bertram, is indolent and detached, offering little comfort beyond a placid smile. Her uncle, Sir Thomas, is stern and imposing, and his attempts at kindness only frighten her more. Mrs. Norris, who frequently visits from the nearby parsonage, constantly reminds Fanny of her dependent status and the immense gratitude she owes her benefactors. Fanny's cousins, Tom, Edmund, Maria, and Julia, are all older, more accomplished, and more competent than she is. They are well educated and accustomed to a life of privilege, and they initially look down on Fanny for her ignorance and shyness. Maria and Julia, in particular, often mock her for her lack of fashionable knowledge and her simple clothes. Tom, the eldest son, treats her with a mixture of playful teasing and casual neglect. It is only Edmund, the second son, who shows Fanny any real kindness. He finds her crying one day, distressed and lonely, and takes the time to listen to her and understand her feelings. He discovers that she is homesick and misses her brother William, to whom she is very close. Edmund helps her write a letter to William, provides her with paper and postage, and offers her his friendship and support. This act of kindness marks the beginning of a deep and lasting bond between them. With Edmund as her friend and guide, Fanny gradually becomes more comfortable at Mansfield Park. He encourages her to read, helps her with her studies, and defends her against the casual cruelty of her other cousins and Mrs. Norris. He becomes her confidant, her protector, and her closest companion. Over time, Fanny's gratitude and affection for Edmund deepen into love, a secret she keeps hidden from everyone. When Fanny is 15, Mr. Norris dies, and his position as clergyman of the Mansfield parish is taken by Dr. Grant. Mrs. Norris moves into a small cottage on the estate, continuing to involve herself in the affairs of Mansfield Park. A few years later, Sir Thomas is forced to travel to Antigua to deal with problems on his plantation, taking his eldest son, Tom, with him. His absence leaves a void in the family, and the Bertram children, now young adults, feel a new sense of freedom. During Sir Thomas's absence, Mrs. Grant's half-siblings, Henry and Mary Crawford, arrive for an extended visit. The Crawfords are wealthy, charming, and fashionable, and their presence brings a new level of excitement to Mansfield. Mary Crawford is beautiful, witty, and accomplished, while her brother Henry is handsome, charismatic, and a practiced flirt. They are both products of a worldly London society, and their values and attitudes often clash with the more traditional and principled views of the Mansfield residents, particularly Edmund. Mary Crawford quickly captivates Edmund. He is drawn to her beauty, her intelligence, and her lively personality, though he is also troubled by her flippant and cynical views on serious subjects such as the clergy and matrimony. Mary, in turn, is attracted to Edmund's good looks, his gentle manners, and his intellectual depth. But she is openly disdainful of his intention to become a clergyman, viewing it as a dull and inconsequential profession. Despite their differences, a strong mutual attraction develops between them, and they spend a great deal of time together. Meanwhile, Henry Crawford decides to amuse himself by flirting with both of the Bertram sisters, Maria and Julia. Maria is already engaged to Mr. Rushworth, a wealthy but dull young man, but she is flattered by Henry's attentions and enjoys the thrill of a clandestine flirtation. Julia, who is unattached, quickly develops genuine feelings for Henry and becomes intensely jealous of the time he spends with her sister. Henry, aware of the sisters' rivalry, plays them against each other, enjoying the power he has over them without any serious intentions toward either. Fanny, now a young woman of 18, observes all of this with a quiet and discerning eye. She is wary of the Crawfords, particularly Henry, whose behavior she finds morally questionable. She is also deeply pained by Edmund's growing attachment to Mary, as she sees the fundamental incompatibility of their characters and values. She believes that Mary is not worthy of Edmund, and her heart aches at the thought of him marrying a woman who does not share his principles. The young people at Mansfield, led by Tom Bertram and inspired by a visitor, Mr. Yates, who has recently been involved in a similar production, decide to put on a play, Lovers' Vows. Edmund and Fanny are the only ones who object to the plan, believing it to be improper, especially in Sir Thomas's absence. They argue that the play itself is morally questionable, and that the intimacy of the rehearsals will be inappropriate for the young, unmarried members of the party. Their objections are overruled, and the preparations for the play begin. The casting of the parts creates further tension. Maria is chosen to play the lead female role, Agatha, a part that involves several intimate scenes with the character of Frederick, played by Henry Crawford. Julia, deeply hurt at being passed over, refuses to take a lesser role and withdraws from the production in a fit of jealousy. When another actress is needed, the others pressure Fanny to take a small part, but she steadfastly refuses, unwilling to compromise her principles. Her refusal earns her the scorn of her cousins and the sharp disapproval of Mrs. Norris, but Edmund supports her decision. The rehearsals proceed, and the intimacy between Henry and Maria deepens. They use the play as a cover for their flirtation, and their on-stage embraces become a source of gossip and concern. Mr. Rushworth, Maria's fiancé, becomes increasingly jealous, but he is too foolish to understand the full extent of what is happening. Edmund, who has reluctantly agreed to take a part in the play to prevent an outsider from being brought in, is also disturbed by their behavior, as is Fanny, who watches the proceedings with a growing sense of dread. The play is brought to a sudden and dramatic halt by the unexpected return of Sir Thomas from Antigua. He arrives home to find his house in disarray, with a makeshift theater in the billiard room and a company of amateur actors rehearsing a play he considers highly improper. He is deeply displeased and immediately puts an end to the production. The scenery is taken down, the costumes are put away, and the house returns to its former state of quiet propriety. After Sir Thomas's return, Henry Crawford leaves Mansfield, but not before he realizes that he has developed genuine feelings for Fanny. He is struck by her quiet beauty, her gentle nature, and her unwavering moral compass. He had initially intended to make her fall in love with him as a casual amusement, but he now finds himself seriously attached to her. He decides to win her affection and, to that end, uses his family connections to help her brother, William, gain a promotion in the Navy. He then proposes to Fanny, but she, distrustful of his character and secretly in love with Edmund, refuses him. Her refusal shocks her family, particularly Sir Thomas, who sees the match as a highly advantageous one for Fanny. He cannot understand why she would turn down a man of such wealth and social standing, and he pressures her to reconsider. Fanny, however, remains firm in her decision, though she is pained by her uncle's disapproval. Meanwhile, Maria Bertram, disappointed by Henry's departure and eager to escape the constraints of Mansfield, marries Mr. Rushworth. She and Julia, along with the Rushworths, go to London for the season. Edmund, still in love with Mary Crawford, also goes to London, hoping to persuade her to marry him. Sir Thomas, believing that a change of scenery will help Fanny appreciate the advantages of a match with Henry Crawford, arranges for her to visit her family in Portsmouth. Fanny is delighted at the prospect of being reunited with her parents and siblings, but her visit is a disillusioning experience. She finds her childhood home to be a place of noise, disorder, and emotional neglect. Her father is coarse and distant, and her mother is overwhelmed and ineffectual. The house is small and chaotic, and Fanny is struck by the stark contrast between the poverty and vulgarity of her own family and the elegance and refinement of Mansfield Park. During her time in Portsmouth, Henry Crawford visits her, continuing his courtship. He is more serious and sincere in his attentions than ever before, and Fanny begins to see a different side of him. She is grateful for his kindness to her brother and touched by his apparent devotion to her. Though her heart still belongs to Edmund, she begins to believe that Henry may be a better man than she had previously thought. The story reaches its climax with a shocking scandal. While in London, Maria Rushworth, now married but still infatuated with Henry Crawford, begins an affair with him. Their affair is discovered, and Maria leaves her husband to elope with Henry. At the same time, Julia Bertram, fearing her father's wrath and desperate to escape her own unhappiness, elopes with Mr. Yates, the friend of her brother Tom, who had first suggested the play. The news of these events throws the Bertram family into a state of crisis. Sir Thomas and Edmund are devastated by the disgrace. The scandal is made public, and Maria is divorced by her husband and cast out of society. Henry Crawford, who had never intended to marry Maria, refuses to do so, and she is left to live in seclusion with her aunt, Mrs. Norris. The scandal also has a profound effect on Edmund. He goes to London to see Mary Crawford, hoping to find sympathy and support, but he is shocked and dismayed by her reaction. Mary is more concerned with the social consequences of the affair than with its immorality. She speaks of it with a cynical and worldly detachment, even suggesting that if Fanny had accepted Henry, the affair would never have happened. Edmund is finally forced to recognize the true nature of her character, and he realizes that they are fundamentally incompatible. He breaks off their relationship and returns to Mansfield, heartbroken but resolute. In the aftermath of the scandal, the family at Mansfield Park slowly begins to heal. Tom Bertram, who had fallen seriously ill, recovers with a new sense of maturity and responsibility. Edmund, though deeply wounded by his experience with Mary Crawford, gradually finds comfort in his friendship with Fanny. He begins to see her in a new light, recognizing her as the woman he truly loves and admires. He proposes to her, and she, overjoyed, accepts. They marry and settle at the parsonage at Thornton Lacey, the living intended for Edmund. Later, after the death of Dr. Grant, they move to the Mansfield parsonage, close to the family and the home that Fanny has come to love. Fanny's younger sister, Susan, comes to live at Mansfield Park, taking Fanny's place as a companion to Lady Bertram and bringing her own lively and practical spirit to the household. The novel concludes with the sense that, after a period of turmoil and moral confusion, order and propriety have been restored, and that true happiness is found not in wealth or fashion, but in principle, affection, and the quiet virtues of a well-ordered life. Now, to adaptations. Mansfield Park, a 1999 film. This version is famous for its controversial take on the novel. Director Patricia Rozema reimagined the quiet heroine, Fanny Price, making her more outspoken and infusing her with aspects of Jane Austen's own personality. The film is also notable for directly tackling the issue of slavery, which is only hinted at in the book, to explore the source of the Bertram family's wealth. The changes were divisive, but the film is praised for offering a fresh perspective. 1983 TV series, The Most Faithful Adaptation. At over 6 hours long, this BBC series is a meticulous page-to-screen retelling. It includes many nuanced scenes that are often cut from other versions. While its production style is a bit dated, it is appreciated for not changing the story or its characters. Metropolitan 1990 film, a modern comedy of manners that is widely seen as a loose adaptation of Mansfield Park. The film is set among wealthy young socialites in Manhattan and mirrors the novel's themes of class and morality. A 2007 TV film, an ITV adaptation starring Billie Piper as Fanny. At 90 minutes, it significantly condenses the story. Piper's casting brought a more vivacious, confident air to Fanny Price, again diverging from Austen's timid heroine. Though production values were high and it co-starred Michelle Ryan and Haley Atwell as the Crawford siblings, this version had mixed reviews. Some felt it lost the novel's complexities. A Mansfield Park opera. A chamber opera composed by Jonathan Dove with a libretto by Alasdair Middleton, directly based on the novel. First performed in 2011, it's notable for being set as an intimate opera staged in manor houses. This opera has been praised for capturing Fanny's inner thoughts through arias and was performed multiple times, including a well-reviewed production at the Grange Festival in 2017. Theatrical adaptations. The novel has also been adapted for the stage. Tim Luscombe wrote a stage version in 2012 that toured regional theaters in the UK. However, Mansfield Park is less frequently staged than Austen's other novels, perhaps due to its darker themes and less immediately romantic heroine. Next, Emma. Emma, 1850, was the last novel Jane Austen published while she was alive, written at the peak of her abilities. Austen began Emma in January 1814, just months after finishing Mansfield Park, and completed it in March 1815. Confident in her skill, she looked for a more well-known publisher for this novel. She ended her relationship with Thomas Egerton, possibly because he was hesitant to reprint Mansfield Park or to offer better terms, and made a deal with John Murray of London, who was Lord Byron's publisher and ran the influential Quarterly Review. Initially, Murray offered to buy Emma for £450, but only if Austen would also include the copyrights to her earlier novels, Sense and Sensibility and Mansfield Park. Finding that offer too low, Austen negotiated instead to publish Emma by paying the cost herself, as she had with her first novel, and at the same time to finance a second edition of Mansfield Park. She paid for the printing and advertising, while Murray distributed the books for a fee. Expecting high demand, they printed 2,000 copies of Emma, which was Austen's largest first print run yet. The novel was officially for sale by December 23, 1815, though its title page is dated 1816. Like her previous works, it was published anonymously by the author of Pride and Prejudice, etc., but it uniquely included a dedication to the Prince Regent. This happened because the prince, who was a fan of Austen's novels, indirectly let her know that she was at liberty to dedicate any future work to him, which was basically a royal request that Austen felt she had to honor despite her personal dislike of the prince's morals. In terms of sales, Emma had a more moderate success. By October 1816, about two-thirds of the copies had been sold, fewer than Austen had hoped for, perhaps. She earned roughly £221 from those sales, but her profits were reduced by the costs of the unsuccessful Mansfield Park reprint, which sold poorly. It was only in early 1817 that Austen made a small net profit from Emma. Still, the novel received significant critical attention for the first time in her career. Several reviews in 1816 were mostly positive, and notably, Sir Walter Scott wrote a long, appreciative review praising Austen's new approach of focusing on ordinary life. Austen herself had been strongly haunted by the idea that Emma might not please everyone. In a letter before it was published, she worried that readers who loved Pride and Prejudice would find Emma inferior in wit, while those who preferred Mansfield Park might think it was very inferior in good sense. Her concerns show how Emma finds a middle ground between the light comic energy of the first and the serious realism of the second. Indeed, the reactions of readers at the time were mixed but generally positive. Austen's family and friends had different opinions. Some were delighted by the witty portrayal of village life and thought Emma was nearly as good as Pride and Prejudice, while a few disliked the novel or its heroine, and many ranked it somewhere between her previous successes. The most common criticism at the time was that Emma lacked incident. In other words, it had no dramatic villains, duels, or gothic secrets, but instead a quiet realism that some found too low-key. However, many also praised the naturalness of its characters and events. Professional critics were kind. Sir Walter Scott's review, which was unsigned in the Quarterly Review in 1816, famously highlighted Austen's achievement in creating novels from the current of ordinary life rather than from melodrama. This early endorsement helped establish Austen's reputation among literary circles as a true talent in depicting everyday people with humor and insight. In modern times, Emma is often called Austen's masterpiece. Generations of readers have come to love Emma Woodhouse, despite or because of her flaws, and admired the novel's perfect structure and narrative irony. Contrary to Austen's own playful prediction that Emma was a heroine whom no one but myself will much like, most readers do grow very fond of Emma, finding her human, stubborn, and ultimately charming. Today, Emma is celebrated for its innovative storytelling techniques, like the unreliable point of view centered on Emma's misunderstandings and its richly detailed social world of Highbury. The themes and influences in Emma show Austen's comedic genius and her sharp understanding of social dynamics. One major theme is self-deception and growth. Emma, handsome, clever, and rich, starts the story overly confident in her own judgment, interfering in others' lives while misreading her own heart. The novel gently makes fun of Emma's matchmaking schemes and the class prejudices behind some of her assumptions, showing how even a well-meaning young woman can be blinded by the power of having rather too much her own way. Influenced perhaps by moralists like Samuel Johnson on the importance of self-knowledge, and by the tradition of the coming-of-age novel, Austen wrote Emma as the journey of a heroine from ignorance to insight. Another key theme is social class and community. Set entirely in a small country village, the novel details the interactions among 3 or 4 families, as Austen famously described her own formula. From the gentry like Emma and Mr. Knightley to people like the impoverished Bateses and the newly rich Mrs. Elton. Austen was drawing on her deep knowledge of small-town life, and possibly on literary influences like Frances Burney's social comedies, to create a lively miniature of English society. Through Emma's mistakes and eventual regret, Austen explores themes of charity, kindness, and humility. The novel also subtly touches on women's status. Emma's privilege, She's unique among Austen heroines in being financially independent and not needing to marry, contrasts with Jane Fairfax's insecure situation, highlighting the different futures available to women. Stylistically, Austen took an experimental turn in Emma. She uses free, indirect discourse widely, letting us into Emma's mind and therefore sometimes misleading us as much as Emma is misled. A storytelling innovation that later influenced countless novelists. Modern readers often call it Austen's finest work for its sophisticated narrative design and the sheer pleasure of its world. One in which, as Sir Walter Scott noted, the ordinary events of life are made engaging and important. We can now turn to the course of the story. Emma Woodhouse is a young woman of 20, described as handsome, clever, and rich. She lives a comfortable and privileged life at Hartfield, her family's estate in the small village of Highbury. She is the youngest of 2 daughters, and since her older sister Isabella's marriage, she has been the mistress of the house, caring for her affectionate but anxious and health-obsessed father, Mr. Woodhouse. Having lost her mother at a young age, her upbringing was largely shaped by her governess, Miss Taylor, who became more of a friend and companion than a disciplinarian. Emma is intelligent and well-intentioned, but also spoiled by her position in society. She has a tendency to think she knows what is best for everyone and a habit of arranging people's lives, a trait that sets the story in motion. The novel opens with the marriage of Miss Taylor to Mr. Weston, a kind and sociable widower. Emma is sad to lose her constant companion, but takes full credit for making the match. This perceived success fuels her desire to continue her matchmaking efforts, despite warnings from her close friend and brother-in-law, Mr. George Knightley. Mr. Knightley, a sensible and principled landowner of the nearby Donwell Abbey, is 16 years older than Emma and the only person who consistently challenges her and points out her faults. He sees the dangers in her meddling, but Emma dismisses his concerns, confident in her own judgment. Feeling a void left by Mrs. Weston's departure, Emma decides to take on a new project, Harriet Smith. Harriet is a pretty good-natured but simple-minded 17-year-old who boards at Mrs. Goddard's school. Her parentage is unknown, which in the society of the time makes her future prospects uncertain. Emma is taken with Harriet's sweet disposition and decides to mentor her, believing she can elevate her social standing by introducing her to better company and refining her manners. Emma's first act as Harriet's guide is to interfere in her love life. She learns that Harriet has received a marriage proposal from Robert Martin, a respectable and financially stable young farmer who rents land from Mr. Knightley. Emma considers the match entirely unsuitable for her new friend, believing a farmer to be too common and unrefined. She persuades the easily influenced Harriet that she is destined for a gentleman and coaches her in writing a letter to refuse Mr. Martin's offer. Mr. Knightley is furious when he learns of Emma's interference. He argues that Robert Martin is an intelligent, honorable man and that the match would have provided Harriet with security and happiness. He accuses Emma of vanity and snobbery, warning her that she is filling Harriet's head with unrealistic expectations that will ultimately do her harm. Undeterred, Emma sets her sights on a new match for Harriet, Mr. Elton, the village vicar. Mr. Elton is a young, handsome, and well-liked man who is a frequent visitor at Hartfield. Emma interprets his polite attentions and flattering compliments as signs of a growing affection for Harriet. She encourages Harriet to believe in his attachment and engineers situations to bring them together. She is so convinced of her plan's success that she is blind to all evidence to the contrary. When Mr. Elton praises a portrait Emma draws of Harriet, she sees it as proof of his love. When he writes a riddle for their collection, Emma confidently deciphers its meaning as a declaration of love for Harriet, a conclusion she eagerly shares with her friend. Emma's matchmaking scheme for Harriet and Mr. Elton comes to a dramatic and humiliating end. On the way home from a Christmas Eve dinner party at the Westons, Emma finds herself alone in a carriage with Mr. Elton. Believing him to be slightly drunk, he shocks her by seizing her hand and passionately proposing marriage to her, not Harriet. He reveals that he has been in love with Emma all along and assumed her friendship and encouragement were meant for himself. Emma is horrified and quickly rejects him, angry at his presumption and his complete disregard for Harriet. Mr. Elton, in turn, is deeply offended, revealing his own snobbery by declaring that he could never consider marrying someone of Harriet's inferior and unknown origins. The encounter exposes his superficial and self-serving character. The next day, Emma has the painful task of telling a heartbroken Harriet the truth. The episode leaves Emma feeling deeply ashamed of her foolishness and the pain she has caused. To escape the awkwardness, Mr. Elton abruptly leaves Highbury for the city of Bath. Soon after, Highbury society gains two new points of interest. The first is Jane Fairfax, the niece of the talkative and kind-hearted but lower-class Miss Bates. Jane is an orphan who was raised by a wealthy family, the Campbells, and has received a first-class education. She is beautiful, elegant, and highly accomplished, particularly in music, but she is also extremely reserved. Emma has known Jane for years, but has never liked her, feeling a sense of rivalry and finding her coldness off-putting. Jane's return to Highbury is due to her friends, the Campbells, traveling to Ireland to visit their newly married daughter. It is understood that Jane, having little fortune of her own, will soon have to seek a position as a governess, a fate considered difficult and socially isolating for a woman of her standing. The second arrival is the much-anticipated Frank Churchill, Mr. Weston's son from his first marriage. Raised by his wealthy and controlling aunt and uncle at their estate, Enscombe, he has never visited his father in Highbury before. He is handsome, charming, and energetic, and his lively, flirtatious manner immediately captivates the local society. Emma is particularly intrigued by him. He seems to be the one man who might be her equal in social standing and intelligence, and she is prepared to be interested in him. Frank pays her a great deal of attention, and a playful, flirtatious relationship quickly develops between them, leading many, including the Westons, to hope it will lead to a marriage. Meanwhile, Mr. Elton returns from Bath with a new fiancée, Augusta Hawkins. She is a woman with a moderate fortune, but, as Emma quickly observes, is also vain, pretentious, and ill-mannered. As Mrs. Elton, she immediately tries to establish herself as a leader of Highbury society, boasting about her wealthy brother-in-law, Mr. Suckling, and his grand estate, Maple Grove. She takes a condescending and patronizing interest in Jane Fairfax, while treating Harriet Smith with open disdain. As the weeks pass, Emma finds herself confused by the social dynamics around her. She enjoys her flirtation with Frank Churchill, but feels no deep attachment to him. She is also puzzled by his behavior. He seems devoted to her in public, yet his moods are unpredictable, and he sometimes makes odd remarks. He also appears to have a strange, almost teasing relationship with Jane Fairfax. There are moments of shared glances and private jokes between them that suggest a secret understanding. Emma, in her talks with Frank, develops a theory that Jane had an unhappy attachment to Mr. Dixon, the man who married her best friend, and that Frank is aware of this secret. Emma's matchmaking instincts, though she has sworn them off, are not entirely dormant. After the disaster with Mr. Elton, she begins to wonder if Frank Churchill might be a suitable match for Harriet. Her belief is strengthened after Harriet has a frightening encounter with a group of traveling gypsies. Frank Churchill happens upon the scene and rescues her. Emma sees this as a romantic and fateful event that could spark an attachment between them. She subtly encourages Harriet to think of him, forgetting her earlier resolution not to meddle. The social season continues with various gatherings, including a strawberry picking party at Mr. Knightley's estate, Donwell Abbey. The underlying tensions in the group become more apparent during a day trip to a local viewpoint called Box Hill. The party is strained and awkward, separating into smaller groups. Frank Churchill is in a strange mood, alternating between sullenness and manic high spirits. He directs most of his attention to Emma, engaging her in a flirtatious game of wits in front of everyone. During this game, in a moment of thoughtless arrogance, Emma makes a cruel public joke at the expense of Miss Bates. She mockingly suggests that the talkative Miss Bates will have trouble limiting herself to saying only 3 dull things. While the others are too polite or too oblivious to react, Mr. Knightley is appalled. After the party, he takes Emma aside and confronts her, telling her that her behavior was inexcusable and cruel. He reminds her of Miss Bates's kindness, her difficult financial situation, and her long-standing affection for Emma's family. "It was badly done, indeed, Emma," he tells her, expressing a level of disappointment she has never seen from him before. His words leave Emma devastated. For the first time, she is forced to see her own behavior through his eyes and is overwhelmed with shame and remorse. This moment marks a critical turning point in her self-awareness and moral development. The day after the Box Hill incident, Emma, full of regret, visits Miss Bates to apologize. She learns that Jane Fairfax has accepted a position as a governess and is preparing to leave Highbury. Shortly after, news arrives that Frank Churchill's demanding aunt, Mrs. Churchill, has died. This event suddenly changes everything. With his aunt's controlling influence gone, Frank is now free to act as he wishes. The great secret of the novel is finally revealed. Frank Churchill and Jane Fairfax had been secretly engaged since they met the previous autumn. The revelation sent shockwaves through Highbury. Frank's flirtation with Emma had been a screen to hide his true attachment from his suspicious aunt, who would never have approved of him marrying a woman with no fortune. Jane's reserve, her illness, and her willingness to accept a governess position were all caused by the stress and misery of the secret engagement which had recently been broken off after a quarrel between the lovers at Donwell. Mrs. Churchill's death allowed Frank to reveal the truth to his uncle, gain his approval, and rush to Highbury to reconcile with Jane. Emma is stunned, not because her own heart is broken, but because of her complete blindness. She is humiliated by how badly she has misjudged everyone and everything. However, a more profound realization quickly follows. After the initial shock, Harriet Smith confides in Emma that she is not upset about Frank Churchill because she has never been in love with him. She reveals that the man she truly loves is Mr. Knightley. Harriet believes Mr. Knightley returns her feelings, citing his kindness to her, especially when he asked her to dance at the ball after Mr. Elton had publicly snubbed her. This confession is a devastating blow to Emma. In that instant, she understands her own heart with perfect clarity. She is in love with Mr. Knightley and cannot bear the thought of him marrying anyone else. She realizes that her jealousy of Jane Fairfax, her arguments with Mr. Knightley, and her deep-seated affection for him were all signs of a love she had never acknowledged. Believing Emma is heartbroken over Frank Churchill, Mr. Knightley comes to Hartfield to comfort her. As they talk, Emma's reassurances that she never cared for Frank give him the courage to confess his own feelings. He tells her that he has loved her for a long time. Overjoyed and relieved, Emma accepts his proposal. The final loose ends are tied up neatly. Harriet, on a visit to London, encounters Robert Martin again. He proposes to her a second time, and she accepts. Emma is delighted, realizing that this is the best and most suitable outcome for her friend. The novel concludes with 3 marriages: Robert Martin and Harriet Smith, Frank Churchill and Jane Fairfax, and finally, Emma Woodhouse and George Knightley. In a resolution that ensures her father's happiness and comfort, Mr. Knightley agrees to leave his own estate, Donwell Abbey, and move to Hartfield to live with Emma and Mr. Woodhouse. Emma, having finally learned humility and self-knowledge through a series of painful mistakes, finds her true happiness with the man who had always been her truest friend and guide. Adaptations. Clueless, 1995 film. This is one of the most impactful Austen adaptations ever made. It transplants the story to a 1990s Beverly Hills high school with Alicia Silverstone's Cher Horowitz as the modern-day Emma Woodhouse. The film perfectly captures the spirit and social satire of Austen's novel without using any of her original dialogue. Clueless became a defining teen movie of its generation, influencing fashion and slang. A 2020 film, this adaptation starring Anya Taylor-Joy, is a playful take on the classic. Directed by Autumn de Wilde, the film is known for its hyper-stylized look, vibrant color palette, and sharp comedic tone. A 1996 film, a well-known Hollywood version starring Gwyneth Paltrow. It was a commercial and critical success with a charming fairy tale atmosphere, and it won an Oscar for its musical score. 2009 BBC miniseries. This four-part series starring Romola Garai was praised for taking its time to explore Emma's personal growth. It also fleshed out the backstories of many supporting characters. Aisha, a 2010 film, a Bollywood adaptation set in modern Delhi, starring Sonam Kapoor as a glamorous, meddling socialite. A web series Emma approved. From the makers of the Lizzie Bennet Diaries, this YouTube series reimagines Emma as a young lifestyle coach and matchmaker who documents her work in vlogs. Emma, 1996 ITV TV film, a television movie scripted by Andrew Davies, starring Kate Beckinsale as a more restrained, headstrong Emma and Mark Strong as a rather intense Mr. Knightley. Airing just before the Paltrow film, it was often compared to it. Many found it a tad darker in tone. It highlights class tensions more, but very true to the spirit of the book. Stage musical by Paul Gordon in 2007. Composer Paul Gordon created Emma, a musical romantic comedy, which premiered in California and had subsequent productions, including streaming on PBS in 2018. The musical stays close to Austen's plot, with songs illuminating Emma's and Mr. Knightley's internal feelings. Next, Persuasion, written in 1815-1806, was Jane Austen's final completed novel and is often considered her most touching and mature work. Austen started it when she was nearly 40, finishing the first draft by July 1816. In a burst of creative energy, despite her failing health, she famously revised the ending, getting rid of 2 chapters and rewriting a more powerful conclusion. In August 1816, she originally titled the manuscript The Elliots, but it was her brother who named it Persuasion after her death, to reflect the story's central theme. Austen did not live to see Persuasion published. Along with Northanger Abbey, it was released in December 1817, dated 1818 on the title page, as part of a 4-volume set handled by her brother Henry. This posthumous edition included Henry's biographical notice, which for the first time identified Jane Austen as the author of Sense and Sensibility, Pride and Prejudice, Mansfield Park, and Emma. So, when readers in early 1808 read Persuasion, they did so knowing the novelist's name and that this was her final work. The reception of Persuasion at the time was respectful, though somewhat quiet due to the circumstances. Early reviewers tended to discuss Persuasion and Northanger Abbey together or comment on Austen's work as a whole. The British critic, in 1818, complimented Austen's novels as a group for their excellence in realistic dialogue and characterization. While it did not specifically mention Persuasion by name, another review in Blackwoods admired the singular merit of Austen's writing, imagining her stories could easily happen in any English town. In private, some of Austen's family and friends ranked Persuasion highly among her works. Because it was her most recent novel, there were fewer recorded comments from her time compared to her earlier novels, but one friend supposedly said he especially enjoyed the naval characters, which reflected the novel's fresh topic of seafaring men returning from war. In the 19th century, Persuasion was sometimes seen as a minor work compared to novels like Emma or Pride and Prejudice. However, in the 20th century, its reputation grew significantly. Modern critics and readers often name Persuasion as Austen's masterpiece, appreciating its reflective tone, subtle romance, and gentle yet deep commentary on regret and second chances. The novel's themes and tone do set Persuasion apart. Austen, influenced by the passage of time in her own life and perhaps by literature focused on feelings and reflection, such as Samuel Johnson's essays or Frances Burney's more serious works, explores themes of persuasion, social influence, loyalty, and renewal. The heroine, Anne Elliot, is Austen's oldest main character at 27. 8 years before the story begins, she was persuaded to break off her engagement with Captain Wentworth because he lacked rank and money. Thus, the novel explores the weight of past decisions and the chance to correct them. It asks, when should one listen to advice or social pressure, and when should one follow one's own heart and instincts? Austen's handling of this theme is complex. Lady Russell's well-intentioned persuasion is not portrayed as evil, but Anne's growth comes from learning to trust her own judgment. Romantically, Persuasion is deeply influenced by the era's interest in second-chance love. The story of two lovers reuniting after years apart was relatively uncommon in Austen's earlier works, marking a new direction, one that some have compared to a quieter, more internal romance, almost like a forerunner to Victorian sensibilities. The famous letter from Captain Wentworth, "You pierce my soul. I am half agony, half hope," is a perfect example of the novel's sincere emotional tone, which is balanced by Austen's ever-present irony and social satire. In terms of social themes, Persuasion deals with the changes in English society after the Napoleonic Wars. The influence of Austen's Navy brothers is clear. For the first time, she portrays Navy men as admirable, rising members of the gentry, adding a more democratic feel to the aristocratic world of Sir Walter Elliot, who ridiculously clings to his title while the naval officers represent merit and good sense. This reflects a broader influence of real historical events on Austen's writing. Persuasion quietly acknowledges the importance of naval heroism and the shifting class dynamics of post-war Britain. The novel's tone is wistful and gentle, perhaps reflecting Austen's own awareness of mortality and change. Yet it ends on a hopeful note, with Anne and Wentworth's reunion showing that true love, when steadfast, can overcome years of persuasion and doubt. And now, the story. The story begins with Sir Walter Elliot, a vain and class-obsessed baronet residing at his ancestral home, Kellynch Hall in Somersetshire. His primary interest in life is his own appearance and social standing, a fact made clear by his favorite reading material, a book detailing the history and lineage of England's titled families, where his own entry is a source of constant comfort. Sir Walter is a widower with 3 daughters. The eldest, Elizabeth, is much like her father, proud, handsome, and concerned with social status. At 29, she is still unmarried and feels the pressure of her age. The youngest, Mary, is married to a man of good local standing, Charles Musgrove. Mary is prone to complaining and imagining herself ill-used, constantly seeking attention. The middle daughter, and the story's protagonist, is Anne Elliot. At 27, Anne is intelligent, gentle, and thoughtful. However, her family considers her plain and past her prime. Her bloom had vanished early. Her father and sister largely ignore her opinions, and she is often called upon to solve the problems and soothe the feelings of others, especially her sister Mary. Her only true confidant is Lady Russell, an old friend of her late mother. Lady Russell is a sensible, respectable widow who loves Anne dearly but has a strong prejudice in favor of rank and social security, a trait that has profoundly impacted Anne's life. Sir Walter's vanity has led to severe financial problems. His spending has far exceeded his income for years, and he is deeply in debt. Faced with the unpleasant reality of his finances, he and Elizabeth are incapable of finding a solution that doesn't compromise their perceived dignity. On the advice of Lady Russell and the family lawyer, it is decided that the Elliots must drastically reduce their expenses. The most effective way to do this is to leave Kellynch Hall and rent it out to a tenant. This is a great blow to Sir Walter's pride, but he agrees on the condition that the tenant is a person of high standing. They decide to move to Bath, a fashionable city where they can maintain a sense of social importance on a smaller budget. A suitable tenant is soon found, Admiral Croft, a respected and wealthy naval officer who has recently retired after the Napoleonic Wars. The arrangement is made, and the Elliots prepare to leave their ancestral home. The news is of particular significance to Anne, for the Admiral's wife, Mrs. Croft, is the sister of Captain Frederick Wentworth. 8.5 years earlier, when Anne was 19, she and Captain Wentworth had fallen deeply in love and were engaged to be married. At the time, Wentworth was a brilliant, ambitious, and confident young naval officer, but he had no fortune or high-ranking connections. Sir Walter dismissed the match as degrading, and Lady Russell, acting out of genuine concern for Anne's welfare, strongly advised her against it. She argued that the engagement was imprudent, that Wentworth's profession was uncertain, and that Anne, with her social standing, would be throwing herself away. Young and gentle, Anne was persuaded by Lady Russell's steady and loving counsel. She broke the engagement, believing she was acting for Wentworth's own good as much as her own. Wentworth was deeply hurt and angered by what he saw as her weakness and lack of conviction. He left the country, and they had not seen each other since. In the years that followed, Anne's regret grew. She came to believe that she would have been happier enduring any hardship with him than she had been in sacrificing their love. Meanwhile, Captain Wentworth had achieved everything he had confidently predicted. He had distinguished himself in the Navy, risen in rank, and captured enough prize ships to make a handsome fortune. Anne had followed his career through newspapers, knew he was wealthy, and believed he had never married. Now, his sister was to live in her home, and he was expected to visit. Anne spends the autumn with her sister Mary at Uppercross Cottage near Kellynch. Here, she is part of the lively social circle of the Musgrove family. The Musgroves are good-natured country gentry, less formal than the Elliots. The two Musgrove daughters, Henrietta and Louisa, are cheerful, high-spirited young women. Captain Wentworth arrives and quickly becomes the center of attention. He is charming, handsome, and lively, and the Musgrove sisters are captivated by him. His first meeting with Anne is brief and awkward. Later, Henrietta Musgrove asks him what he thought of Anne, and he replies that she was so altered he should not have known her again. The comment is relayed to Anne, causing her deep mortification. He, for his part, has not forgiven her. He sees her past decision as a failure of character, and though he once loved her deeply, he now feels his power with her is gone forever. He is actively looking for a wife and considers both Henrietta and Louisa to be pleasant, eligible young women. During this period, Anne and Captain Wentworth are often in the same company, but their interactions are stiff and polite. They are like strangers, unable to speak openly. Anne observes him with Henrietta and Louisa, noting that while he flirts with both, he seems to have a slight preference for the more decisive and energetic Louisa. His conversations often seem to praise a firm, resolute character, a quality he found lacking in Anne. One day, during a long walk, Louisa speaks with passion about her devotion, declaring she would rather be overturned in a carriage by someone she loved than driven safely by anyone else. Captain Wentworth responds with admiration, saying, "I honor you." He then speaks of the value of a character of decision and firmness, contrasting it with a too yielding and indecisive nature, a clear and painful reference to Anne's past. The entire party from Uppercross, including Anne and Captain Wentworth, takes a short trip to the seaside town of Lyme Regis to visit Captain Wentworth's friends, Captain and Mrs. Harble and Captain Benwick. Benwick is a quiet, scholarly man in deep mourning for his fiancée, Captain Harble's sister, who died while he was at sea. Anne finds a quiet kinship with him, and they talk of poetry and the nature of grief. During this trip, Anne's quiet composure and good sense are repeatedly highlighted. While in Lyme, she also catches the eye of a distinguished-looking stranger who is clearly struck by her beauty. This man, they later learn, is Mr. William Elliot, her father's heir, and the very cousin who had previously slighted the family. The visit culminates in a dramatic accident. The group is walking on the Cobb, a stone pier. Louisa Musgrove, in a display of her characteristic impulsiveness, insists on being jumped down a steep flight of steps by Captain Wentworth. Despite his hesitation, he agrees, but on her second attempt, she jumps too soon, falls, and strikes her head on the stone pavement. She is taken up lifeless. In the ensuing panic, Mary screams hysterically and Henrietta faints. Captain Wentworth, overcome with guilt and horror, is frozen in despair. It is Anne who keeps her composure. She directs the others, calls for a surgeon, and tends to Henrietta, showing a strength and clarity of mind that no one else possesses. Her quick thinking and capability in the crisis stand in stark contrast to Louisa's reckless impetuousness. The event forces Captain Wentworth to see Anne's quiet strength in a new light. Louisa's recovery is slow. The Musgrove parents come to Lyme to care for her, and Anne returns to Lady Russell before joining her father and sister in Bath. While Louisa is recovering, she is constantly in the company of Captain Benwick. Thrown together in their shared confinement, a bond forms between them. To the astonishment of everyone, Anne receives a letter from Mary announcing that Louisa and Captain Benwick are engaged to be married. This news is a turning point. Captain Wentworth is now free from any perceived obligation to Louisa. For Anne, the news brings a secret, overwhelming sense of joy and hope. In Bath, Anne finds her father and sister absorbed in their new social life. They are particularly excited about renewing their acquaintance with their noble cousins, the Dowager Viscountess Dalrymple and her daughter. They are also delighted to have reconciled with Mr. Elliot. He has sought them out, apologized for his past neglect, and is now a constant and welcome visitor in their home. He is polished, agreeable, and pays particular attention to Anne. Lady Russell is completely charmed by him and soon begins to hope that he will marry Anne, thus securing her position as the future Lady Elliot of Kellynch Hall. Anne, however, is wary. While she finds Mr. Elliot intelligent and well-mannered, she distrusts his smooth exterior and senses he is not entirely sincere. Anne's doubts about Mr. Elliot are confirmed by an old school friend, Mrs. Smith, whom she reconnects with in Bath. Mrs. Smith is now a poor, crippled widow, and she reveals the truth about Mr. Elliot's character. He is, she explains, a cold, selfish, and calculating man. He had been a close friend of her late husband, whom he led into financial ruin and then abandoned. She produces an old letter written by Mr. Elliot in which he speaks contemptuously of Sir Walter and his intention to sell Kellynch Hall as soon as he inherits it. Mrs. Smith also reveals the true reason for his renewed attention to the family. He learned that Sir Walter was becoming enchanted with Mrs. Clay, a widow of low birth who was Elizabeth's companion, and feared his father might marry her and produce a son, which would cost Mr. Elliot his inheritance. His entire reconciliation effort and his attentions to Anne have been a scheme to get close to the family to monitor and prevent this marriage. Shortly after this revelation, Captain Wentworth arrives in Bath. His interactions with Anne are fraught with unresolved tension. He is clearly jealous of Mr. Elliot, whom he sees constantly by Anne's side. The climax occurs during an evening at a concert. He and Anne have a brief, charged conversation, but are interrupted. Later that night, he sees Mr. Elliot speaking intimately with Anne, and, assuming the worst, he leaves abruptly. The next day, their paths cross again at a hotel where Anne is visiting the Musgroves. While Captain Wentworth is in the room, Anne has a conversation with Captain Harville about love and constancy. Harville argues that men, because their frames are more robust, are also stronger in their feelings. Anne passionately disagrees, arguing that it is a woman's fate to love longest when existence or when hope is gone. Captain Wentworth overhears this entire exchange. Overcome with emotion, he writes Anne a letter on the spot. He finds a moment to slip it into her hand before leaving. In the letter, he pours out his heart, declaring that he has never loved anyone but her, and that his feelings are as strong as they were 8.5 years ago. "You pierce my soul," he writes. "I am half agony, half hope. I offer myself to you again with a heart even more your own than when you almost broke it." Soon after, they meet in the street. All misunderstandings are cleared away, and they walk off together, their love and their future finally secure. They become engaged. Sir Walter consents, as Captain Wentworth's fortune and status now make him an acceptable match. Lady Russell admits her past judgment was wrong and warmly embraces him. The story ends with Anne, now happily a sailor's wife, looking forward to a life with the man she has always loved, prepared to accept the anxieties that come with his dangerous profession, but glorifying in their shared happiness and unwavering attachment. Adaptations. 1995 film, Persuasion, probably the definitive adaptation of Austen's most mature novel. Starring Amanda Root and Ciarán Hinds, the film is celebrated for its deeply realistic and understated style. Shot with natural lighting, it has an authentic feel that captures the book's quiet, autumnal tone. 2007 TV film, this version, starring Sally Hawkins and Rupert Penry-Jones, offers a more fast-paced and overtly romantic take. It's particularly known for a controversial scene where Anne breaks into a dramatic run through the streets of Bath to find Captain Wentworth. It was a bit divisive but still appealed to some. A 1971 TV serial, a BBC miniseries in 5 parts with Anne Furbank and Brian Marshall. As an older production, it's a stage-like but thorough adaptation that hews closely to the text, albeit with modest production values. It introduced many early Austen fans to Persuasion and is remembered for its faithfulness, even if it lacks the cinematic sweep of later versions. 2022 film, this Netflix adaptation, starring Dakota Johnson, was a high-profile attempt to modernize the story for a new generation. It used contemporary slang and had the main character break the fourth wall to talk to the audience. The film was widely criticized by reviewers and fans who felt its modern tone was a poor match for the novel. Bridget Jones, The Edge of Reason, from 2004. While primarily a sequel to the Pride and Prejudice-inspired story, Helen Fielding has said that the plot of Edge of Reason, in the novel form, was an homage to Persuasion. Mark Darcy and Bridget break up due to a meddling rival, and after time apart they reconcile, similar to Anne and Wentworth's trajectory. In fact, Fielding even names a character Rebecca, echoing Austen's Miss Elliot as the false friend. The film adaptation of Edge of Reason diverged from this Persuasion-like storyline significantly, but it's worth noting that the idea of lost and regained love from Austen's novel directly inspired Fielding's sequel. The Lake House, a 2006 film, this time travel romance with Sandra Bullock and Keanu Reeves, directly references Persuasion, and the film's theme of two lovers separated by time echoes the book's story of second chances at love. Modern Persuasion, a 2020 movie, a loose modern retelling in which Anne is reimagined as Wren, a career woman in New York who reconnects with an ex when he becomes a client of her firm. This indie rom-com uses Persuasion's second-chance love premise in a contemporary workplace setting. It flew under the radar, but is one of the few modern-day adaptations of Persuasion. Theatrical adaptations. Persuasion has been adapted into stage plays and musicals, though none has achieved breakout fame. Notably, there's Persuasion, a new musical, by Harold Taw and Chris Jeffries that toured in 2017, and a straight play adaptation by Tim Wooscombe, who has adapted several Austen novels for stage. Moving on, Sanditon. Sanditon is Jane Austen's last work, an unfinished novel written in the final months of her life in 1870, and it shows the author experimenting with new subjects right up to the end. Austen began writing Sanditon on January 27, 1817, when she was feeling a bit better after being ill, and she stopped writing on March 18, 1817, having completed only 11.5 chapters, or roughly 24,000 words. There is no evidence she ever gave it a title. The name Sanditon was chosen later, with Austen herself reportedly calling it The Brothers, in conversation possibly referring to two characters, the Parker brothers. In these opening chapters, Austen describes a new seaside resort town named Sanditon, full of aspiring entrepreneurs, hypochondriac health tourists, and social schemers. The fragment was kept by Austen's family. Her sister Cassandra made a clean copy in 1831, and eventually their niece Anna Lefroy inherited the original manuscript. Sanditon was completely unknown to the public until 1871, when the second edition of Austen Leigh's memoir included a short summary and a few quotes from what he called the last work. The full text of the fragment was only published in 1925, over a century after Austen's death, when scholar R.W. Chapman transcribed it as fragment of a novel. Because of this late publication, Sanditon had no critical reception in its own time. However, in recent decades it has drawn intense interest, including scholarly analysis and even a popular television adaptation, precisely because it offers a tempting glimpse of the creative direction Austen was heading in before her life was cut short. Reading Sanditon, you immediately notice that Austen was exploring new territory in her fiction. The seaside setting is a change from the quiet country villages of her earlier novels, moving into new waters. An aspiring seaside resort full of cliffs, dunes, beaches, and of course the sea itself. This coastal environment allows Austen to satirize the early 19th century craze for sea bathing and health retreats. The fragment is full of humorous commentary on hypochondria and health fads. Characters like Mr. Parker are enthusiastic about Sanditon's healing sea air and plot to attract wealthy invalids, while others show a comical paranoia about illnesses that Austen clearly finds amusing. The themes hinted at in Sanditon suggest that if Austen had completed it, the novel might have been sharper and more socially critical than her previous books. We see ideas of entrepreneurship and speculation as the local gentry, the Parkers and Lady Denham, invest in turning a sleepy village into a fashionable resort, driven by ambition and greed. Austen had never before dealt so directly with the concept of speculative finance and business topics that reflected the changing economic landscape of Britain in her time. Additionally, Sanditon was set to explore the clash between traditional and modern ideas of class and commerce. Lady Denham, a bossy, wealthy widow, represents old money and stinginess, while the greedy relatives and genteel fortune hunters around her satirize social climbing and greed. Stylistically, Austen's wit in Sanditon is as sharp as ever, with quick, funny character descriptions, such as the Parker siblings who seem to enjoy their illnesses. The fragment ends before a clear plot develops. We have characters and setting, but no real idea of the plot, as one commentator notes. Yet the setup promises a satirical story of modernization, where foolishness and frenzied building developments in the town reflect human vanity. Modern critics view Sanditon as Austen pushing her boundaries. It's a wilder, riskier setting than we are used to, and might have been much darker than his predecessors in exposing human flaws. Let's look at how the story unfolds. A gentleman and lady, Mr. and Mrs. Parker, are traveling by carriage from Tunbridge toward the Sussex coast. Their driver is forced to take them off the main road and onto a very rough lane. As they struggle up a steep hill that is part rock and part sand, the carriage overturns. The accident occurs just past the only prominent house in the area, a property owned by a man named Mr. Haywood. The driver had been reluctant to pass the house, seemingly convinced it was the traveler's destination, and had grumbled about the poor quality of the road beyond it. The slow speed of the carriage and the narrowness of the lane lessen the severity of the crash. Mr. Parker is able to climb out and help his wife, and at first they seem to be only shaken and bruised. However, Mr. Parker soon realizes he has sprained his foot during the escape from the carriage and is unable to stand. Despite the injury, he maintains a positive outlook, pointing to a nearby cottage and suggesting it might be the home of a surgeon who can help them. Their accident is witnessed from a nearby hayfield by the proprietor of the house they just passed, Mr. Haywood, who was working alongside his haymakers. He approaches with several of his men to offer assistance. Mr. Parker, accepting his offer, asks Mr. Haywood to send one of the men to fetch the local surgeon or his partner, believing they reside in the cottage he saw. Mr. Haywood is astonished by the request, stating that there is no surgeon in the parish. Mr. Parker insists he must be mistaken, confidently stating that they are in the parish of Willingdon. To prove his point, he pulls out 2 newspaper advertisements he cut out that morning, which announced the dissolution of a medical partnership in Willingdon. Mr. Haywood, with a good-natured smile, explains that nothing could convince him a surgeon lives there, as he has resided in Willingdon for all of his 57 years. He clarifies that the picturesque cottage is actually a simple dwelling for his shepherd and 3 elderly women. The misunderstanding is resolved when Mr. Haywood examines the advertisements and explains that there are 2 Willingdons in the area. The advertisements refer to Great Willingdon, which is 7 miles away. Mr. Parker admits his abominably stupid blunder, explaining he saw the advertisements in a rush while leaving London and didn't investigate further. He suggests they turn back and head home to Sanditon, expressing a firm belief that the bracing sea air from their hometown will be the perfect remedy for his sprain. At this, Mr. Haywood kindly intervenes, insisting that the Parkers come to his house for rest and treatment for the ankle. Seeing the carriage is too damaged for immediate use, Mr. Parker accepts the offer. Before going inside, he formally introduces himself as Mr. Parker of Sanditon, a new and rising seaside resort on the Sussex coast, which he praises as the most favored by nature and promising to be the most chosen by man. The Parker's stay with the Haywood family extends for a full fortnight, as Mr. Parker's sprain is too severe for him to be moved sooner. The Haywoods prove to be a respectable and kind family, and the 2 families grow to like each other very much during this time. Mr. Parker's character is quickly revealed to his hosts. He is an open-hearted enthusiast, completely dedicated to the success of Sanditon as a fashionable bathing place or seaside resort. He explains that Sanditon was once a quiet village, but he and the other main landholders saw his potential and have been working to develop it into a popular destination. He shares personal details. He is about 35, happily married for 7 years with 4 children, and comes from a respectable family with a comfortable fortune. He also reveals the true reason he was searching for a surgeon in Willingdon. It was not for himself, but to convince the surgeon to set up a practice in Sanditon. Mr. Parker is convinced that having a resident medical man is essential for the resort's prosperity, believing the lack of one deterred a family from visiting the previous year and prevents his own 2 invalid sisters from coming. The narrator describes him as an amiable, kind-hearted man with more imagination than judgment. His wife, Mrs. Parker, is gentle and sweet-tempered, but lacks the capacity for the cool reflection her husband sometimes needs, rendering her equally useless, whether he is risking his fortune or spraining his ankle. To Mr. Parker, Sanditon is like a second family, an all-consuming hobby, speculation, and hope for the future. He passionately tries to persuade the Haywoods to visit Sanditon, arguing that spending at least 6 weeks by the sea every year is essential for true health. He claims sea air and sea bathing are a near-infallible cure for almost any ailment. However, his eloquence fails to convince Mr. and Mrs. Haywood, who are set in their ways and rarely leave home due to the demands of their 14 children. While they stay home so their children can have opportunities to go out into the world, they agree to the Parkers' revised proposal to allow their eldest daughter, Charlotte Haywood, to return with them to Sanditon for a visit. Charlotte, a pleasant young woman of 22, accepts the invitation. During the journey from Willingdon to Sanditon, Mr. Parker tells Charlotte about the town's most important resident, Lady Denham, who is his partner in the Sanditon speculation. Lady Denham is a wealthy 70-year-old woman who has been married twice. Born to wealth but not to education, her first husband, Mr. Hollis, was an elderly man who left her his entire estate, including the Sanditon Manor House. Her second husband, the late Sir Harry Denham, gave her a title which she values, but she was too cautious to let him get any of her money. Mr. Parker describes her as a good-natured and friendly neighbor, but acknowledges that her love of money can be excessive, and that she sometimes takes alarm at small expenses without considering future returns. Lady Denham has 3 distinct groups of relations hoping to inherit her wealth: her own family, the relatives of her first husband, the Hollises, and the relatives of her second husband, the Denhams. Of these, Mr. Parker believes Sir Harry Denham's nephew and niece, Sir Edward and Miss Denham, are the most likely to be her primary heirs. Recently, however, a new potential rival for the inheritance has emerged. A young, poor relative named Clara Brereton, whom Lady Denham has taken into her home as a companion. Mr. Parker speaks warmly of Clara, describing her as lovely, amiable, gentle, and possessing great good sense. She has seemingly secured a strong place in Lady Denham's affections. As they approach Sanditon, the travelers pass Mr. Parker's ancestral home, a comfortable old house in a sheltered valley that he has recently left in favor of a newly built house on a hill with an ocean view. He proudly points out his new home, Trafalgar House, and his plans for a Waterloo Crescent to attract more lodgers. Mrs. Parker looks back at their old home with fondness, but her husband dismisses her nostalgia, focusing on the superior location and grandeur of their new residence. The original village of Sanditon lies at the foot of the hill. Mr. Parker is delighted to point out signs of its growing fashion, such as cottages offering lodgings to let and the sound of a harp playing from an upper window. The new, modern part of Sanditon is on top of the hill, where they find Prospect House, Bellevue Cottage, and Denham Place. Mr. Parker is slightly disappointed to see more for rent signs in the windows than he expected. Their destination, Trafalgar House, is an elegant building on the most elevated spot, near a row of houses called the Terrace, which serves as the town's social center, with the best shop and a library. Upon arriving, Charlotte is shown to her room, where she enjoys a view of the sea over a foreground of unfinished buildings. Shortly after their arrival, a letter comes from one of Mr. Parker's sisters, Diana. Before reading it, Mr. Parker explains to Charlotte that his two sisters, Diana and Susan, and his youngest brother, Arthur, are chronic invalids. He admits his other brother, Sidney, often jokes that their illnesses are largely imaginary, but Mr. Parker insists their health is genuinely wretched. The letter from Diana details her recent severe illness, a spasmodic bile, and describes Susan's suffering from headaches, which was treated by applying 6 leeches a day for 10 days and then by having 3 teeth drawn. Despite their poor health, Diana's letter is full of energy, as she reports that she and her sisters are working hard to secure 2 large families as visitors for Sanditon, a wealthy West Indian family and a girls' boarding school. A few days later, Charlotte and the Parkers visit the library and find the list of subscribers to be small and lacking distinction. As they leave, they meet Lady Denham and Clara Brereton and return with them to Trafalgar House. Charlotte is impressed by Clara's appearance, finding her to be one of the most lovely and interesting young women she has ever seen, a perfect heroine from a novel. Lady Denham, meanwhile, is stout and alert, with a direct and free-spoken manner. Her conversation focuses entirely on Sanditon's finances. She is anxious for the town to fill up and worries about lodgings being underlet. She expresses concern that the West Indy family will drive up the price of meat and dismisses Mr. Parker's quest for a doctor, declaring that the sea, the downs, and her donkeys kept for their milk are all the medicine Sanditon needs. The next morning, Charlotte meets Sir Edward Denham and his sister. Miss Denham is cold and reserved, seeming discontented with her poverty. Sir Edward, however, is handsome, with a pleasing voice and a polished manner. He pays a great deal of attention to Charlotte, but she soon suspects his affection is not genuine. Later, on the terrace, she sees him sitting apart with Clara Brereton, his manner clearly that of a lover. Clara, however, appears calm and grave, not seeming to return his affections favorably. When Charlotte's party joins them, Sir Edward immediately leaves Clara's side and attaches himself to Charlotte, engaging her in a lengthy conversation filled with over-the-top praise for the sea and numerous literary quotations. He praises sentimental authors like Burns, whom he calls a man who is all ardor and truth. Charlotte is unimpressed, finding his character questionable and his compliments silly. She concludes that his attention to her is merely a tactic to make Clara jealous. The narrator reveals Sir Edward's true character. He has read too many sentimental novels and models himself on the seductive villains from these stories. His great object in life is to be a dangerous, seductive man, and he has serious designs on Clara, whom he fully intends to seduce. Clara, for her part, sees through his schemes and has no intention of being seduced. One afternoon, the Parker siblings, Diana, Susan, and Arthur, arrive at Sanditon unexpectedly. Diana, who had written just a week earlier that the sea air would be the death of her, now appears animated and full of purpose. She launches into a long, complex explanation for their sudden journey. She had learned through a convoluted chain of acquaintances that the West Indian family, a Mrs. Griffiths, was hesitating to come to Sanditon because she had no connections there and was worried about finding suitable accommodations for a wealthy and delicate young lady under her care, a Miss Lamba. Feeling it was her duty to act, Diana decided that she and her siblings must travel to Sanditon immediately to secure a house for this family themselves. Charlotte privately thinks Diana's actions are unaccountable officiousness and activity run mad, and she begins to suspect that the Parkers' many health complaints are largely the product of vivid imaginations in need of employment. That evening, she is formally introduced to Susan and Arthur. Susan is thin and worn, constantly holding smelling salts and taking medicinal drops. Arthur, whom Charlotte had pictured as puny and delicate, is surprisingly tall and stout, with no sign of being an invalid other than a pale complexion. He is obsessed with his health, complaining about damp air while sitting as close as possible to a brisk fire, and worrying that a short walk up a hill will cause him to perspire excessively, which he considers a sure sign of nervousness. During tea, another letter arrives for Diana, this one introducing the family from the Camberwell Girls' School. To everyone's shock, the letter describes the family as being led by a Mrs. Griffiths, who has under her care a wealthy young West Indian of delicate health named Miss Lambay. The details are identical to the West Indian family Diana came to help. Despite the incredible coincidence, the Parkers convinced themselves that there must be two different families with the same names and circumstances. Of course, it turns out there is only one family. The West Indians and the girls' school were one and the same, and all the confusion was caused by the convoluted and unreliable chain of information created by Diana's officious friends. Diana seems only briefly embarrassed by her mistake and the long, pointless journey it caused. She quickly divides the blame among her various correspondents and is soon seen happily helping the real Mrs. Griffiths find lodgings. The new arrivals are soon established in Sanditon society. Mrs. Griffiths runs a finishing school for young ladies. Ms. Lambay, her most important charge, is a 17-year-old half-mulatto heiress who is described as chilly and tender. The other two students are the Miss Beauforts, two showy and fashionable young women whose primary goal is to attract wealthy husbands. Lady Denham is immediately interested in Miss Lambay as a potential match for Sir Edward, but her hopes of profiting from the girl's health by selling her ass's milk are dashed when Mrs. Griffiths insists on following a physician's strict orders. The story's fragment concludes as Mrs. Parker and Charlotte are on their way to finally visit Sanditon House. On the way, they meet Mr. Parker's brother, Sidney, a handsome and fashionable man of about 27, who has just arrived for a few days' stay. As they approach the house, Charlotte catches a glimpse through a fence of Clara Brereton and Sir Edward Denham sitting closely together, engaged in what appears to be a private and intimate conversation. Thinking they intended for their meeting to be secret, Charlotte steps back without saying a word, and the party continues on to the house to meet with Lady Denham. Adaptations. Sanditon, a 2019 to 2023 TV series, this is the most notable adaptation of Austen's unfinished final novel. Screenwriter Andrew Davies took the 11 chapters Austen wrote and expanded them into a 3-season drama for ITV and PBS. The series introduces new characters and romances, and it's known for being much steamier and more dramatic than a typical Austen story. It's also famous for the passionate fan campaign that successfully saved the show after it was canceled. The series notably expands the role of Miss Lambay, Austen's first black character, using her story to explore themes of race and class in the Regency era. Welcome to Sanditon, a 2013 web series, a modernized adaptation set in California. Created by the team behind The Lizzie Bennet Diaries, this interactive web series imagines Sanditon as a coastal town in California and uses a combination of vlogs and social media storytelling. It features a descendant of Austen's Darcy family, Gigi Darcy, who comes to Sanditon. Fairly experimental and not widely known outside of Austen fan communities. Sanditon, completions in print. The novel has been finished by multiple authors, starting with One by Another Lady, Marie Dobbs in 1975. These completions influenced how adapters approached the story. The ITV series, for example, borrowed some character names and basic setup, although ultimately diverged significantly. And that concludes this not-so-brief overview of Jane Austen. All the books mentioned are linked in the description below, in both audiobook and print form. Using those links helps keep the channel going. Our Patreon, where you can get PDF and audio versions of each episode, is also linked there. It's the best way to support the channel directly. Don't forget to like and subscribe. For the next episode, I'm deciding between Poe and Dostoevsky. Let me know what you think in the comments. Thank you for watching.